how they always have. Clear out the utility, play it safe and sound until you switch that lever and then just rush it on in.
And what I love from Myth is the focus on dealing with the Melusi. You've got the Brava and the Flores to make sure that you can deal with all of this bulletproof utility, as well as needing 2 to deal with the Fenrirs as well. A very similar setup coming in from Wisteria on this bar site to go extremely trap heavy. And you can see the value coming out of the Brava. She's going to get her drone EMP, so she's going to be stop raining terror down on this bulletproof utility. But if no one shoots this drone out, she's going to be able to just keep hacking all of this utility that Wisteria have brought.
It's a huge benefit here from Myth and their picks on the attacking side. And as much as their line scans are coming in greatly when it comes down to actually revealing some of these operators, Myth aren't doing much. I mean, they're just standing outside, throwing utility in, and not getting much of an investment out as of the current moment.
And this is how bar goes. They now have the office side, and they're just gearing up to hit this library execute.
Well, it's going to be Eli here to kick us off. Merlin first to fall. That's going to be the Ruini, followed quickly as no relentus from Eli. A C4 chucked upstairs, hoping to find a kill back, but it will not be able to connect as Myth have now claimed ground on the upper floor.
And this is a really good mini execute. Now we have this control. We can still use our 2 Capital smokes, as well as the smokes we have on Tridley to try and cut off some of these key lines of sight held from this stock position. You can see how tucked Wisteria are next to, basically elbow to elbow with each other in the site itself. And the problem is, however, we still have so much information on Wisteria. We can really take our time, use one of those drones to figure out where the remaining players of Wisteria are, so we know where these smokes need to go, so we can either get into sight or take it to them and get the kills.
Currently, Myth are setting themselves up for a bar plant. Already verticality on top as well. Dynamite seeming to have those smoke bolts that he can use. Nades are out. Wisteria prepped to defend against it, because all they need to do technically is deny the plant of going down within the following 15 seconds. Toko has now made his step into it. Smokes are there denying defenders of their vision, but not so much. Trying to contest Eli will be one of the most dangerous things for you to do. Tridley finding Cardash as it's all left down to Pozo. And what can you do in a situation where you're up against a 1v5 and a flawless is for Myth to claim?
And the momentum Myth are just going to have claimed by winning a flawless round on the bar site, probably the best site in the game, is going to be huge for them. And this is where Wisteria. Tag time out, possibly. We're not seeing one come out, which I'm really surprised to see, because this would be the time to use one to keep yourself in the game.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defended.
And each round from here in the following 2 will be match point. Myth, they only need 1.
Just 1 to claim a 1-0 lead, but it's not done and dusted there, is it, Puffo? It's best of 3 territory. There is still Cafe to come into, and we're guaranteed to get Cafe as well. It's not a map I think we've seen at all in Stage 2 since we've been casting on the Mondays, Puffo. I don't think we've seen a single Cafe coming out on our casting in this tournament so far. So I cannot wait to see what Wisteria have cooked up for us on Cafe. But before we get there, Wisteria, they've looked really good on their defensive half. They've done some phenomenal plays, they've had some phenomenal reads, and if they can lean back into those reads, if they can get aggressive and take it back to Myth, then they can very easily take this into overtime.
They can very easily take this into overtime. But again, it's down to Wisteria. Trying to find Myth's little cracks and nooks and crannies that they can expose and dive deep into to find themselves these rounds. As though currently, we do see the defenders again playing off this verticality. This worked off quite well the last time around we were here. And again, Myth, with how they've been playing in the past couple of rounds, they do know exactly how to take care of situations like these.
Not sure what what Akari's been doing to start needling Wisteria here, but they are getting control of the library side. They go for very traditional, take library control, because it's easier to pinch the defenders that are roaming that side. As you can see here, the K9 pressure with the library pressure has forced Wisteria to fall back to office, where the main bulk of their take is going to be. The bandits on the wall are now the next problem to deal with, but that's where by going below with the Ash, that's an easy problem to solve. And then we just have to wait for the Tabaro to do his thing and then we can get that breach open.
Get the breach open. Myth still trying to find themselves any progression. Wisteria setting some of these players downstairs and on windows of a possible run out. Nolf might be a victim to a Claymore. We do see that Turco has placed one down, but not around where the player on the main window rappel is, and this could be a great opportunity for Nolf to take, but I guess considering you're at match point, he does not want to risk it.
And this mid-round is where the game is decided. You need to utilize this time extremely effectively to clear the vert, because you still need to go back downstairs to get the breach open, and Dynamite's going to kick things off by punishing Neos.
Getting quite dire here for Wisteria. All players being spotted, now being pushed back into a corner, while the Merlin's still holding his own here. He will need to do a bit extra, and it's Shredley just clearing them off the board. Wisteria have lost 2 to a single player effort, as now Pozo dropping down into the side, into the hands of Eli. And Nolf, been tempted with aggression before, but now needs to amp it up as the final 5 players. He's the last one standing. He's all that remains. All that Wisteria have to rely upon is able to pick up on a kill, spotted out, and crossed Turco with a final kill. And it will be Myth, your match 1, map 1 winners.
And what a way for them to close it out. Wisteria, unfortunately, weren't able to make the adaptations, Puffo. They weren't able to go down. They weren't able to adjust and get this round over the line as Myth take a convincing 7-4. And look at the scoreboard. Turco, Elo, and Dynamite absolutely popping off Puffo with over 10 apiece to get the game and to get the series started.
Yeah, and as of those, yeah, there we go. We have ourselves a really interesting first matchup. It came down to a 7-4 score. We've seen plenty of time between these two teams. And again, it got quite close. But sadly, Wisteria were just not able to find themselves that tip over the edge. Going up against a very dominant team like Myth can be difficult, but it's gonna need to be, they're gonna need to find some sort of light at the end of the tunnel going into the second map. But taking a look back at Chalet here, Myth on their defensive beginning, the first quarter of the match were absolutely solid. They knew when to swing, they knew how to swing, and what better way to describe them than calculated?
Calculated, calm, cool, and collected with the experience in the roster of Myth. The legacy that Myth has as an esports org, there's so much support for the roster as well, and it's shown in this game. They've clearly done their prep. They made the right adaptations. I think that's the biggest thing coming in from the side of Myth, is they made the right adaptations to counter the play style of Wisteria, especially the likes of Pozo, who are looking to get very aggressive, get really in the face, like Dynamite was. Sort of those are the two head-to-heads that we are comparing right now. We've got Dynamite, who goes for a very aggressive play style, going for those spawn peaks. We've got Pozo doing the same. I think Myth overall responded better to seeing that kind of play style from their opponents. Pozo was the key man that needed to be punished, and they did a better job of punishing him compared to Wisteria punishing Dynamite throughout the rounds when they were attacking.
100%. At certain moments, it looked like Myth can really catch Wisteria off guard with single players, especially in that last round, or as here, Tridley and Eli taking these ones that Wisteria should try to play around it a bit more as a team. When it came down to 3v1s, it was all due to team efforts, them trying to compile each other and isolate some of these Myth players. That's when it truly went to the best. That's when you forced players such as Okari into clutch situations where there wasn't much of a get out of jail free card. But in 1v1s, in the majority of these rounds, Myth were the ones to claim it. We're taking a look at Turco here, able to spot out Neos, who does seem a bit discombobulated in the moment, gets down. That's already a second player gone.
It was just class from Myth. Just the way they converted the opening picks and they kept the advantage in their hands. That's what allows them to build such a big lead. And it was their decision making that got them over the line. We saw Wisteria in very similar spots where they had the opening advantage. They had the control they needed, but their decision making and where to use the utility wasn't where it needed to be, and that's what cost them the game, in my opinion, Puffo.
Surely was, but in the end, look, Wisteria, that's the result you get. Same goes for Myth. I imagine Myth are going to be quite happy going into their map. But, you know, with FPS in general, I think it's quite common that we get to see enemies win each other's maps. So I'm not necessarily saying that Wisteria are bound to win the following, but with how Myth do their own things, they certainly have a good chance of closing out this quarterfinal sooner than we expected. And if rounds continue persisting like this onto a map like Cafe, which can be quite large, I think Myth might be able to claim it. But again, we're taking a look. We're comparing Chalet to Cafe, which is completely different. So who knows? The results might be as well.
have to wait and see. And I've just done a little bit of homework. Guess who Myth beat on Cafe Puffo?
You're gonna tell me Geeky?
It is Geeky indeed.
Oh no!
So no wonder Cafe has made its way into the map pool. It's the only time Cafe was played by either of these teams in both his series so far. So Myth have been very tactical with this. They have, it's the map that, and I believe it was with the Nixon iteration. So I actually lied. We did actually get to watch that game way back when on the 8th of September. And it was a bit of a pocket strap coming in from the side of Myth. Everyone was really surprised on that day when I think back to it that, oh, we're going to Cafe and we're playing Geeky on Cafe. So going into this next map, it's a bit of a game changer, Puffo, that we're going to see what's basically going to be Myth's best map, if that makes sense, against a map that Wisteria have never played before. But who knows? Wisteria could be gatekeeping the map, and they might have some special sauce for us coming into Cafe.
Just like Myth did to Geeky, maybe Wisteria are going to do to Myth. But before we head to the second map here, we're going to take it to a short break, so stay tuned, and we'll be right back. After a 7-4 result on Chalet, Myth end up taking the first match of the series. Now we head into the second map. And Guns, drumroll, what the map will be. What map will it be?
We're going to Cafe, Popo. You either love it or you hate it. I know we've got some people in the chat that are not Cafe enjoyers. However, I think it's a great map. It's a map that really tests your basics.
Yes.
It's a map where it's very easy to understand what you need to achieve and the problems you're going to be facing. So without further ado, let's get into this game, Popo.
100%. Let's get ourselves into the first match here, or second map. Still first match. Myth have already claimed themselves a map under the belt. Now Wisteria are looking to return them just about the same favor to keep themselves within this and go the full 3 maps. Now, of course, Cafe Dostoevsky, a Rubik's Cube of Death, and of course, Agony, a big box that has many layers, as now we head into the Mans.
And if you're just joining us, we have to touch upon it as the bands come in. The lore is that this is the map Myth defeated Geeke on. So Wisteria, we've not seen it ever from them here in Voltage series. So I'm so excited to see how this plays out as the Mirror and the Ying being brought out. Ying being banned again. Very similar bans to what we saw over on Chalet, Puffo.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, on a map like Cafe, the Ying has a bit more strength, in my opinion. Although Chalet is a small map, yeah, sure. The Ying Candelas don't really cover more than that one room you throw it in. While for Cafe Dostoevsky, you have these really large room, which a single Candela majorly covers. As we go to the second bans, it will be the Grim. But this time, for a change of pace, we also have the Valkyrie.
The Valkyrie makes so much sense on a map like Cafe. She's not as strong as she used to be. There was once upon a time you could yeet this Valkyrie camera out onto the corner of the building opposite to the main building and basically get a 180-degree view of 2 sides of the outside of the map. So she's not as strong as she used to be, but she's commonly used for vertical C4s, and especially on that basement site and the mid-floor sites, which was where we started now, Puffo. The C4s are huge, so it makes sense why Myth have banned out the Valkyrie for Wisteria, but a real change of pace, opting to go for reading first.
Yeah, now, teams do prefer the upper floor. Even in ranked, you get to see it picked first. I guess it's just the competitive tradition when it comes down to maps, but I think the first floor here has a really good top floor hold here. I mean, you can play this the piano side, the cocktail side of things for a really long time, and then back down off the side where you can still contest verticality, still stick to pillar, train. There's so much, I would say, scape waste for the defenders to take that Myth having to clear all of them can be quite difficult.
It's very reminiscent of playing bar on Chalet as well. You hold above, you have verticality onto the site itself, you can hold all of the A-bomb from White Stairs, and it provides a unique challenge in that traditionally you have to take that top floor first to then be able to either use that verticality against your defenders, but mainly to stop the defenders holding that vertical control, so that way you can actually go in and plant the bomb and just get your attack underway. But the first roadblock we're going to have is Azami posted up in this pixel position, just looking to be annoying, be a nuisance, waste a lot of time and utility to give the rest of our team a better situation in the later round.
Yeah, spotted out the tracks are being set down. Looks to find an angle on Tridley, but won't be given one so easily. Hoping a second drop is initiated. It is, so Recovery takes a slight bit of damage, and now looks to contest the solos. Now, this is not something you want to give to Wisteria. A kill for the ace and also the diffuser here would benefit the defenders a lot more than you just trying to risk your own life, but currently, no blood has been spilled just yet fully, as the attackers continue persisting towards cocktail. Shots go back their way. Nades there to keep yourself safe. Smokes to limit the line of sight, or even just completely deny the vision here. But Myth can't find a breakthrough up until Eli and Tridley duel up to find themselves the first opening kills towards Wisteria.
They're already in cocktail. Dynamite's going to come in full swing here, wins the gunfight onto Nulf as well, and they have just swamped through this top floor as the defenders trying to fight back, trying to find something around on this verticality. They're doubling up and looking to get aggressive, Popo.
Looking to get aggressive. Wisteria, your final choices is going to be your one final choice is a 2v5, and well, Pozo's definitely going to be getting off to a good beginning. Kicking off the first kill for Wisteria, maybe a bit too late. Could have been handled a bit better if that aggression was shown on that top floor, or at least connection of shots, but hey, we can't complain about it now. We still have 1 minute to hold out for, as Myth are also starting to initiate towards this verticality.
And now we've lost the buck. It's Dynamite that's fallen. We don't have any verticality left. No breaching charges on Akari, for example, to be able to make any additional vert. I suppose we're going to find a second. And again, it's the lack of info, but the trade is there from Turco, as it's all down to Neos in the 1v3.
Needing to watch your steps goes both ways. A great exchange here, but you are crossed. Out from above, out from below, and even ground. It will be the first round here, claimed by Myth.
And what a way to start off Cafe. They started extremely strong on Chalet as well. They used that momentum on the attack early. And you have to remember, this is now going to be Myth's pick. Wisteria have chose to start out on the defense. You really need to make the most of these defenses while you have them, because it is the quote-unquote easier side when it comes to Cafe. But Myth, they just got aggressive. Look at the control they had within a minute 30 on that cocktail side, making the remaining defenders' life hell by swarming that top floor, by using their utility effectively to clear that stacks position.
Going into round number 2. Syria are not a team that's very likely to give Sight second chances, so we instantly head downstairs. They want to explore Myth. Similarly, Aston Chalet, Myth maybe claimed the first 3 rounds, but Wisteria were just trying to see and test the waters with Myth. What do they do here? What do they do here? A bit of experimentation, and we're going to have to see that downstairs once more, but I'm hoping Wisteria don't rely on only that, because, again, if Myth get themselves a 3-round head start, it might not be looking the best for the long run.
And as we saw from Chalet, there's a couple of key players on the side of Wisteria that we need to keep an eye out for. The first one is going to be Pozo, getting a couple of frags in that first round, which is great for his team. But the other one is going to be Neos. Neos is it's a massive double-edged sword, as we spoke about on Chalet. When he gets aggressive, when he's firing all cylinders, he's finding these entries for his team. So we need to see him rise to his reputation and find success on that early roll, especially on the Solace. And that's the second team kill we've seen today.
It's the Monty. It's Akari. How does this happen? How did this go wrong? I'm assuming, my only theory is that Turco spotted a player and Akari stepped into his line of sight, but that is so much lost here. We were talking about Myth, how good they started off the rounds. This is not one of them.
Not ideal. That is Turco absolutely deleting his key operator for this take, because it looks like they wanted to go direct as well. They wanted to use the Monty to clear out anybody in Bakery, which is more than likely going to be Nolf, with his My gadgets to protect him, to bunker down into that area. But Tridley's got full information on 4 out of 5. Will he be able to use that information to hunt down Neos on this roam game? He's looking to play the vert, make the life difficult of Myth, as can they still commit to this?
Oh, it's getting more difficult by the second, as another kill is delivered by the Warden. Although returned one way, the shotgun shots of Neos were recognized by Tridley. He's able to hunt him down, but Myth still require an extra kills to get themselves equalized.
And the problem is, Warden's 1 HP, so a flick of a wrist or a couple of shots here and there, we might see the Warden fall as well, and that's Myth's way back into the round. With a minute 30 on the clock, they just need to set up their crossfires. They have the Echo drones and the Goyos as well to be able to burn so much time, and one of those impacts as well to deny the plant later on.
Oh, what a heartbreaking moment for Kamaj there. Was stuck in a corner, couldn't get himself out, even being held from Breach's side, and his only resort was to try and play aggressive, pick up a kill before he goes out with the HP he's given. As in the meanwhile now, Myth looking to step themselves into the building. Kill-wise, Wisteria will still keep it on a better split for themselves. 3-2 now. Tridley and Turco all left down to these two to keep Myth within that winning category on the round count. A couple of shots Tridley's way, a couple of shots back. One does connect, not the other. Now the Echo being targeted by the Demos as Turco's fighting lone battles on site. But again, you need to get that plan down.
And the issue is, it's going to be Tridley on the cover, but they find one, as that's been an overextension from Merlin, as now it's a 2v2 situation. It comes a 2v1 as Turco starts popping off. It's all down to Nolf, who is last alone on site, trying to duel the ace. This is a big gunfight coming up for Turco.
This is huge. Turco has been given 2 chances and he took both of them. Overextension, over aggression, both punished by Wisteria, and now Nolf needing to make up for the mistakes of his teammates. Plant going down, and all that's left is the Wamai. Tridley looking to hunt him down once more, has done so with the Solas, but now needs to hold the diffuser to be stuck on through. He's done so successfully. And again, Nolf trying to play the cautious game, does want to find a 1v1, has the plausibility of doing so, especially against Tridley, and considering the HP he's on, but going up against the Z-Fuse, it's a difficult spot to be in, and Tridley catches a line of sight upon you before you can to him. And that's the second round to Myth. A bit close, but still won.
Myth getting it over the line. Turco, the hero of the round by a mile. Although he took out his teammate early, he's well and truly made up for it. He's made it right by basically just fragging out on the ace, on the ace with the AK-12.
Yeah.
He's going to get there eventually. Absolutely popping off and stealing the round away from Wisteria. But we have to look at, how does this happen? We have Echo drones available to deny the plant later on. We've really just got to sit pretty and wait for the 3v1 on the plant situation. These are rounds that Wisteria need to be capitalizing on if they want to get rounds against Myth. Remember, they beat Geeke on this map. We can't afford to be giving rounds away like this, Puffo.
Look, I'm not one to point fingers. Besides, right now, if you were to see my camera, I'm pointing my finger at Merlin. The Echo player kept on re-swinging to Turco. You have the Yokai drone. The enemy's running out of time. And instead of trying to play around your utility and the fact that you have a man advantage, you and another teammate keep on re-swinging until that turn has been, the table has been turned, and your enemy now stands in a 2v1 where, you know, again, Nulf isn't meant to win that situation. It's a rough spot to be stuck in. He didn't win it. Myth claimed the second round, and like he said, each round here counts because Myth have already displayed a graceful impact in the Voltage League series by beating Geeke. And fun fact, Geeke did not lose a single match against anyone besides Myth and a forfeit that they gave over.
This is where it gets tricky.
Oh, Kamash is already down. What did happen? Oh, that's the Warden as well.
And it's not ideal. This is not how you want to be starting these rounds out. But again, it could be early nerves. They're 1-0 down in the series on their map pick. They didn't go their way. And it could be that these nerves are just getting to them. And they're just overthinking the way they need to play these games. But they find a trade back. Merlin finding one back onto Tridley, who's been popping off in this game so far. So a nice trade coming back from them.
Yeah, spotting the player, the Rappel giving away the position, trying to contest him, but... Oh, yep, Niaj, the exact man we needed right now for the job, finding Eli on the cocktail balcony, and Myth have now been split in half, as they have set aside most of the roster towards this red side. It's going to be Turco on white to bring it back to equal ground. Another kill going here from Merlin as a second one. Great shot, able to capitalize on Turco peeking his head a bit too wide. Now down to Dynamite, or Kari. We have seen a 2v3 before, in the prior round to be exact. Can it be done again?
And this is a great response from Wisteria. We saw samples of this on Chalet, where they were getting aggressive. They were taking it to Myth rather than waiting for Myth to come to them. And that's what we love to see. Pozo getting active, and it's all left down to who do you think? Akari once again.
We haven't seen Akari in a clutch situations enough times today. All the way from Chalet onto Cafe, we get to see ourselves Wisteria with their first round. Took a couple. Mistakes were also prevalent in the previous few, but now they're starting to show their progression again. Wisteria, they take some time here, but they've experimented around Myth. They see the mistakes, and a crack in the armor has been found. It's one round. It's still not the two they need to equalize it out, but hey, a better start.
But if we look at the way the round's been played out as well, they just haven't let Myth get settled into the round. At every turn, there's been a Wisteria player to challenge the entry from Myth, and that's also what gave them success over on Chalet, when they were maintaining map control, when they were putting themselves in positions that Myth maybe aren't expecting them. That's where they're finding the success. They banned the Deimos as well to hopefully give them some more freedom on the roam to be able to surprise Myth by contesting those early entry points. And I think we've just seen a target ban come in for Neos there as the Solus being banned away. We've seen him basically play that operator every round because he just, as we spoke about on Chalet, there's just so much information the Solus can provide for you on where the attack is starting. So no surprises there from Myth finding out the Solus.
And to counter on that Solus, Tridley hasn't been doing too bad himself on the Deimos, which has now been removed off of the playable characters, meaning Wisteria and Myth, they know each other well enough. But again, this bottom floor has been a catastrophe for Wisteria the last time around we saw them. I think they're looking to make up for it. And again, they've realized the mistakes. Now they're going to improve upon them.
They've gone for a much more aggressive lineup this time around as well. If we compare this back to the first time Wisteria went to Kitchen, it was very reliant on the Echo and the Goyo, as well as the Warden to hold Bakery. It was basically a time denial focused lineup. If we compare it to what we see this time around, we've basically gone gun heavy. We still have the Goyo to waste that time. We're bringing the Aruni, but DMR, very amazing gadget as well to fortify the bakery area, as that nade just hasn't gone where it needs to. We can't be wasting utility like that. But the barbed wire and the barricade will get cleared eventually, but that nade just decided, not today, not today.
Not only am I not going to ignore that grenade, but the fact that Arkari was just spinning in circles as Demonte, what a chaotic set of events. And Arkari, this is his first time seeing the bottom floor before being head tapped by Turco, so that's a positive side of things. You get to keep your Monty alive for now. And Myth, again, this is kind of the bright side of things. At least you can utilize that shield.
And Dynamite and Monty just putting some pressure on Bakery. They faked the Bakery take, and now they're going to go hit that freezer side to spread Wisteria thin. There's 2 roamers above. They now have to choose. Do we want to help the Bakery side, or do we need to flank the freezer side? It's going to be all down to decision making and how they react to the information presented by their team, as Eli now has pretty much full whiskey control, and they're looking to clear coat as well.
Oh, no, was not flashed by that first one, and a swing with the 12 gauge right into Tridley's face. Up front about it before he's set for doom. Eli does get a return elsewhere. That's the Fenrir falling, but it seems that Myth are still on the hunt out for Nulf. Get the down, but prior to it, Pozzo's able to find the trade before, but Turco making it all valuable for Myth as they get to keep themselves within a valuable point. The C4 there landing just not close enough to take out Arkari. He's left down to a bullet amount of HP, while Eli is left down to 0. A nice swing here by Kadaj. It has gone quite chaotic here as the final 2 remain. 1 for Myth, as it seems Arkari has fallen down to the flames of the Goyo.
And it's just absolute carnage in the server as Wisteria, they lash back out as it's Turco. He's done it before. Can he do it again? Searching for 2, 1 on the vert, 1 in the site itself. He's got 2 to find, and not a lot of time to find it.
Turco's gonna need to bleed these final 2 out. What's that? Gets the wall bang. Now in a 1v1, goes for the safest spot to plant. Now, Poza will need to retreat downstairs by stairs. There is no other way of going about it. Hatches aren't open. You can find the ace alone. And it seems like Pozo has been read into, but Turco doesn't know how deep. The Goyo has already made his way. The down is there and just catching him off guard. Pozo walking around nonchalantly. He doesn't need to run. He has plenty of time to go for. That didn't happen. It was all intentional, Amguns. Stop bleeding the man out. Kicking him out while he's down. Not for Wisteria. And Pozo, quite quick on his feet.
And again, I love this from Wisteria. It's the aggression. Yes, they've lost a couple of bodies, but they find ways to fight back. Pozo was almost baited into flanking on that whiskey area, but he's supported by the rest of his team. When he said, I want to get active, I want to get on this flank, the rest of Wisteria have responded. It's not a solo play. It's a team effort to fight back against the control that Myth have established. Myth did a great job of taking that space that was given up for free, but then Wisteria realizing that we can't just let them have this space, have done a great job fighting back for the map control, and that's what's got them back into the game. They've really settled into their defenses, and they've got 2 more defenses as well to get that 4-2 split, to give them a bit of a buffer going into their attacking side as well.
A bounce back from Wisteria. 2 rounds for Myth, 2 for Wisteria. It's a good 1-for-1 ratio, but currently a nice little duel of rounds still remains within this first half, and it's either going to be another 3-3 or 4-2 for Myth or Wisteria. There's a lot of paths we can take here, but one we haven't seen yet is going to be this mining site.
A site that's been rising in popularity recently. Wisteria are firmly in the VP camp that we saw starting in the Munich Major not so long ago, where the Munich Major? The Montreal Major, sorry, where VP going to Cafe, they didn't play top floor once. I think it's very similar to a lot of sites on the primary, what used to be the primary bomb sites. Teams have just figured it out. There's not a lot of ways you can be innovative. It's just teams are always very well drilled into attacking what are the primary bomb sites, the top floor in this case. The Wisteria are throwing curveballs at Myth here. They're going for this mining site instead. The bit that worries me is generally we see some kind of verticality being brought from basement. So you can deny the plant in and around museum, and you have that additional layer to your defense. Wisteria are just going for a solid mid and top floor extension, which is very default. So my only concern is Myth might read into this very well and deal with it accordingly.
Eli's looking to do so. Could establish a great line of sight here. from South Walls alone. Pozo looking to contest anyone as early on as possible. Again, Wisteria are not going to be backing off of any opportunity to get themselves the opening kill. Myth have been good on the refract potential, but I think that gives Wisteria a good heads up as what they should expect if they get that opener. But in the meanwhile, still lurking above, getting droned out. Information is being given, and a similar playstyle from Myth as we saw in Chalet.
And it's just dealing with these top floor players for now. Myth are really taking their time using these long lines of sight offered by the map to sort of clear these key positions and try and take this top floor. But Eli sneaking his way out.
Right on Brown stairs. Can catch one off guard in an instant. And no, actually, Merlin was expecting it. Has been holding the bottom floor of Pillar for so long. And it continues down to a second as well. Dynamite will fall. And Myth have already lost two. What they were prepping up for so long has gone against them.
And Merlin rising out of the ashes of his team losing Chalet. Pozo's going to find one as well. And this is their chance to grab the lead as it's all down to Kari and Turco. We need these players to rise up as the shots rain out. They will finally shut down Merlin, but has the damage been done? He's absolutely popped off this round to give him the
praise bestowed upon Wisteria by Merlin's plays has really been outstanding. Now, though, the Dominator, aka the reigning champion Merlin, now falls, but again, look at the time he's wasted simply by sticking around, and some of the defenders also in a similar way now backing off towards side as they've recognized the damage has already been dealt. Like you said it, and it's quite fatal because Akari and Turco are all that remains.
And Wisteria are doing what they need to do, backing off to the mid floor, understanding that top floor is not the bomb site. We just need to hold hands in the site itself, and we can wait for Myth to come to us. They have to force the engagements. We still have a Bravo drone left to try and give some information to hack some of these Malusis, but stacked with the smokes as well. He's got one more in pocket. That utility can completely shut Myth out, and as long as Wisteria stay disciplined, this is looking really good
that Turco can hack, but even being on a drone might be wasteful. 10 seconds remaining, you're going to need to full send it here into mining itself, smoking as a last resort to get yourself that plant down because time is starting to tick away. Akari taking ticks of damage and even being taken out from the back lines as Neos swinging for one. The second as well, and cleaning up the remnants that Myth had to offer.
And Neos just doing Neos things as they claim the lead for the first time in this series. They've capitalized on the rounds that they've been winning. That off-ball site working out really, really well for Wisteria as now they go back to reading. That's going to be their rotation going forward for the next, or for the last round of the defense. They're going to be just avoiding that top floor completely. And now we see the shield coming out. All three shields being available. Akari's hopped on the blitz this time rather than the Monty. Maybe looking to fight back against this aggression. Wisteria have found their groove. They found a playstyle that works to counter this Myth roster on a map that they were phenomenal on. Could it be the loss of Nixon on this map when they beat Geeke has really affected this roster? Who knows? But Kari, he's going to hop on the shield. As long as he doesn't get TK'd this time, they should be able to use the operator very effectively to get in the face of Wisteria and fight back against this aggressive Wisteria that we're now seeing.
Gary. He's either been in two situations up until now. Either you get team killed or you're left in a clutch situation of a 1v3. Or Gary has really been dealt a bad deck of cards, but hey, maybe he proves to be a bit more of a show-off here in this round, because again, he's on the blitz. That's the little angry brother of the Monty, and maybe, just maybe, Myth can claim a round back to at least secure an even half.
And the other thing we have to mention from Wisteria is their knowledge and their decisions to bring operators that support their frag-heavy playstyle on this map. They're bringing operators that are very active, letting you play off information, such as the Fenrir, the Legion, and the Malusi. These are all operators that give you info that you can swing off, that just gives you the edge in those gunfights. When Myth are having to fight their way through all of these traps, when you have to try and deal with that and aggressive players, it can be extremely overwhelming. But that's where Myth, we saw them bringing the Bravo, the Flores, the Blitz, just to get aggressive, as Nolfa's
going to get punished early. Pozo's able to return it elsewhere, but the progression from Akari steps here might be phenomenal. Eli from the backline denied with Malusi. That's where he falls. A second to follow alongside with it, and we spoke so highly about Akari as he might be the pillar that stands last. No, Dynamite still from the window. Repel able to claim one, but now instead of Akari, it will be Dynamite in a 1v3 situation to deny Wisteria's 4-2 winning split of this first half, but I don't think it's happening.
And unfortunately for Myth, they've gone head first into all of that utility. I was just about to say, we need to use the Twitch, which is now available again, use the Brava to sort of clear some of this utility. So that way, when we want to go aggressive, when we want to go for these rushes, that Wisteria aren't prepped and ready and can respond to all of that utility popping off and alerting them to where the rush is coming in. I appreciate Myth. Really nice change of pace. They were going for really slow, sort of methodic takes. They thought, let's switch it up, let's go aggressive. But unfortunately for them, it's backfired against the masters of aggression.
The diffuser on the opposite side of the map, but fret not. Time isn't an issue for Dynamite here. It's going to be these 3 players that still remain. Go on your side, able to stick it out. No confrontation from the Wisteria players, as like always, they back off the site. They can just play around each other, and as long as they don't hand Dynamite these 1v1s, they should be able to go for a refrag game without much of an issue.
And it is Dynamite we're talking about here. He's a very aggressive player himself. He's more than capable of finding these picks, of taking these gunfights in the ways he needs to try and get himself back into the round. But with 40 seconds left on the clock, Wisteria have no intentions of going and finding him. They understand that the aggression is not needed, and we've got to highlight Pozo, 8-2, rising up to the occasion as we needed.
Yeah, they've planted themselves on this mining, but Pozo has been just such an outperformer here from Wisteria and able to really set in these opening kills as Kamaj finds the final. Wisteria have closed it out. Random wall bangs for the final round of the first half, and Wisteria now off to a better beginning, a lot better than on Chalet.
Off to a great half. A 4-2 split is a lovely thing to have. It gives you that 2-round buffer. If Wisteria can now just trade round for round with Myth, they will end up taking this game in regulation time and sending us to labs. But before we get there, we get the site swap. Let's see what the bans are going to be. What will Wisteria ban out to make their attacking life easier? And what will Myth try and do to make it as awkward as possible for Wisteria on the attack?
On the defensive, we've seen that Myth really do like it a bit more. I feel like they have that touch of home, that extra pinch of aggression that they can utilize alongside these players, because the best way to describe their attack is the keyword that you mentioned, awkward. I don't think Myth were really comfortable on their attacking side.
When we think back to Chalet, they did pretty good. They didn't do phenomenal. Yeah. They did pretty good, I think is the way I would phrase it. They got a 4-2 split, if we do think back to Chalet on their defense, and then going on to attack, obviously they went out 7-4, so they did a pretty good job. But I think Myth definitely a team more comfortable on the defense, especially going to a map like Cafe. Myth have got a very similar approach of banning out these very execute heavy operators, and again, this is going to leave the shields open. I'm sort of surprised the lack of shields that we've seen so far throughout this series, as Wisteria are going to be having to attack this top floor. So a difference in strategy immediately coming out for the side of Myth. They think the top floor is great. They've got no problems holding what is the primary bomb site on this map. However, if we look at the lineup, Puffo, that they've brought for this top floor, it's extremely unconventional. No Azami being brought for Pixel, no Jaegers or Omais to sort of fortify that area. They've gone for almost, looks like a comfort pick lineup on this top floor.
Yeah, 100%. I think Myth are just trying to get themselves into a bit of border territory. They're looking to aggress Wisteria, to claim these gunfights, swing heavy, and in the first round of the defensive, it's also quite unpredictable, so Wisteria could be caught off guard by it.
And Wisteria, I like what I'm seeing from them. They've got double flank watch to make sure the runouts on these rappels do not lead to any kills, as well as Merlin on the gridlock to make sure there's no red flank later on. You can also pin people into those key anchor positions. Use those gridlocks aggressively, almost as a distraction when you go for your execute. As you can see, Nomad using those air jabs to make sure she can set herself up on this east side, while the rest of her team goes for a pretty default take, using the Flores to remove this cover as well, to try and make it as difficult as possible for Myth to anchor in the bomb site.
Breach is being set, the plot thickens, and now Wisteria on the attacking side, needing to, as Best said, set themselves into the other role. And as it all unfolds, we still need to see this entry setting up nicely for the red take to advance towards Cocktail. We don't see much window presence, or at least not on the actual side the defenders are currently staying by, but Piano is definitely a priority we need to have taken care of.
We're now in the building. Step 1 complete. We've got in, we've managed to clear Pixel as well, get the gridlocks down to make sure that this player can't re-aggress onto this position. No cut off from White Window, even though we've put air jabs there earlier on is an interesting choice, but they've got the initial control. And this is the way Cafe goes. Once you have this initial control, it's straight up long angle gunfights from shop to cocktail. And it's how we navigate this battle that is going to dictate how Wisteria are going to try and get this over the line. We don't really have much execute utility, most of it being banned out. So it's all going to be about this flashbang and nade usage as Neos kicks things off. Turco's got the trade as they're just going deep, Puffo.
They're going deep, but that comfortability that we talked about in the early part of the round is certainly working in their favor. Turco with 2. Akari still able to support him before he goes out. That's another team kill. It falls right between us. Wisteria have found themselves a way back, but it has resulted in a 1v2 that Pozo now needs to clutch out. Considering this is the menacing player Wisteria have brought alongside themselves today, he is the one to do it. The plant is going down, has the comfortability. Myth have 2 to offer. They're closing in on his distance. Nope. Fake just yet, and Dynamite goes for the swing, expects Pozo in the position he was, and just able to tap his head right off those shoulders and find Myth a round back.
And Wisteria, obviously not having that utility, they've just gotten deep. They've tried to force these gunfights, sending it through the inner bar, but Myth were good and ready in the right positions to deal with that attack as it came in. Look at these shots coming in from Turco with the DMR in hand. Aruni has become a menace recently, Puffo.
She has. Aruni really did work out there. And again, as much as Myth had to rely on that one play, I wouldn't necessarily say it. No, I'm going to take that back. I think Myth there really worked well together upstairs. Besides the C4 of doom and despair onto your teammate that we're just going to leave in the empty void of history, Wisteria still do hold a round above Myth currently. And speaking of Myth, we're going to be seeing them on the downstairs floor.
And this is what the buffer allows us to do. Wisteria have that 2-round advantage, but this is the big round. Can we restore that 2-round lead? Can we trade round for round on our attack? Siege is a game of 2 halves, as well as your defensive half is. Unless you go for that 5-1, 6-0 split, you really do have to turn up on your attack as well. Seems obvious that you need to perform on your attack as well as your defense, but the game's not done. Myth are going to be looking to close out the series here and now in map 2. They don't want to go to labs where both of these teams have a lot more experience than they probably do on Cafe. But if we look at the lineup of Wisteria, I like what I'm seeing. We've now brought the Monty and the Capital to fight back against Myth.
A good way to fight back against him. I'm hoping Tridley finds value off of that setup run out on the mining window. We did see him ready to just jump on out. I'm imagining he's waiting for a sound cue, while in the meanwhile, Wisteria are starting to unfold a strategy towards Bakery, similarly as to how we saw it with Myth.
And we need to get this Capital bolts in. It's the perfect operator to clear out anybody behind that Bakery site. But before we get there, we need to make sure we've got everything in place. We can get people spread out across small Bakery, as well as putting pressure on Prep through the breach, which hasn't been opened. We do have some pocket EMPs in the Capital, so we're going to rotate him over. And I love the patience coming out from Wisteria here. They're making sure they tick all the boxes, dot the I's, cross the T's, so that way they don't lose anybody early, don't give away any cheap kills as you look to force the issue.
Wasting utility from both sides. Seems that Myth are just waiting for Wisteria to step towards them in the kill distance, to say the least. But again, the attackers don't need to rush.
And as we saw from the overhead cam, there's no verticality here from Myth either. The roam game on above doesn't provide any vert onto that prep area. So this is going to be direct Wisteria versus Myth on the ground floor. And this is where the attacking utility can really come into its own. We can see a player rotating his way up towards that top floor. But Monty's going to be surprised. He's just turned up and there's no vert. They can now hit this direct, but Eli's going to kick things off for us.
Kick things off. That's the Capital as well, so gonna have to say sayonara to those extra bolts that were remaining. Pop the canister. The greatly added, or the more recent change that Siege did was this environmental damage that can be caused through it, as now jumping into small Bakery. I do believe that's going to be a kill for Niaz to claim. Eli's traded back, as of course one goes one way, the other as well. Niaz takes heavy damage, while in the meanwhile, verticality being set up a bit too late here by the likes of Turco, while his teammates are taking the rest of the blow. Pozo with a second as well. Wisteria are clearing Myth out of their own ground, shutting them outside of their own site, and now claiming ground, even being hunted down. Akari needs to back off. The nade pushes him back. Plant is going down, and Myth have set aside their players, but not correctly to the according situation.
And now it's going to be a 2v4 as Merlin's going to find another. Turco will get the trade in a 1v3 against the Monty as well. beaming down on him, just keeping him busy. The full information is to make this difficult as possible. The Turco, the gunner he is so far, is going to get punished. The full info from the shield being the deciding factor. But this is what we spoke about. Wisteria, when they have a plan, when they understand this is what we want to do, we're going to keep it simple, we're going to clear bakery and just storm the site. They've executed it to perfection. They have all the right tools. They've made it easy for themselves to punish the setup from Myth. But for Myth, that lack of verticality really showing why you need to have players above and contest for that map control, and so they could provide additional challenges for Wisteria.
Yeah, Myth gave themselves a bit of a bottleneck into denying that execution. Yes, Eli found the first kill, but that's through bullets alone. Strategy-wise, Myth were struggling. They set a player upstairs to contest red stairs and hold the upper floor where there is no verticality. It doesn't really connect anything together. And the players downstairs inside as well from Myth were just kind of gassed in this room. They were very compact together. And Wisteria, they pushed the Monty forward, a couple of players behind, used utility to force them to move, and shot him out while they did so.
And again, it's the power of the Monty. We've spoken about how strong they are, and that's a perfect example of the composure that the Monty gave to the Wisteria roster. They were able to conduct themselves in the right way. They have a mountain that they can position themselves behind to make sure that they achieve everything in the right order. I'm surprised Wisteria have chosen not to bring the Monty again for this mid floor, especially when taking Cocktail is extremely powerful to be able to walk down these Cocktail anchors to create chaos amongst the defense. And no hard breach in the lineup either for Wisteria. So I'm a little bit fascinated how they want to deal with maybe getting Freezer open, or if they just want to swarm the verticality with the Dokkaebi Deimos combination with full info.
Seem like it. One of the white stairs seems to have been caught already. Dynamite is being pushed back, but actually looks to take the challenge. As the secondary shorty goes for a bit of a swing, the nade will push you back as your gadget falls alongside with it. No, actually, the Malusi will be there. The little wub gadget is still there to protect you in case anyone looks to run upon it. But Wisteria are wasting a couple of seconds while Myth are trying to challenge them on the stairs, and the attackers have for now backed off.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of pocket strat, seeing if they can get that opening kill underway. But these castles are providing a unique challenge. They've only got nades to deal with these castle barricades. So we're going to see Deimos and his teammates get those nades out to start applying pressure to this Cocktail side. Wisteria, they seem a little bit lost compared to the round we saw previously. They're kind of feeling out the map, spreading themselves out, opening as much ghost pressure as they can to try and keep Myth guessing where the main push is coming from. The Bravo drone being sent out to try and get rid of some of this utility, but especially compared to that previous round, Poffo, it seems like Wisteria don't have as clear of a game plan on how they want to deal with the setup.
No, not so much. I mean, they're all around the place. Bottom floor, now top, trying to open hatches. At least they've set 4 players towards this bar, taking Piano as well alongside it, while finding it down onto Tridley. The job isn't finished just yet, as he is being held by Turco, but only a matter of time until Wisteria just crunch on this lone player trying to support his Cade. Flashes are there, the push is well intended with it. Turco himself doesn't know what to do. He's trying to wait out his options, but is found alongside the revive, and that's a double for Wisteria just to mow them down. With the verticality alongside it, the defenders are simply going to have to give off ground, as one drop of Hatcher carries able to punish the overzealousness. Currently, Wisteria still hold an upper hand as another player falls from Myth's side. That will be Nulf taking care of Dynamite, as 2 more remain, and Wisteria are playing for match point.
And now they have the Deimos, they have full information on this player. The shots will rain out onto Akari, as this is great control of the vert, as they're going to keep making that vert with the gridlock shotgun, as they've got all the control they need to start going for an execute.
Yeah, denying match point here is going to be a really tough task, but it's not impossible. Just little chances we're talking about. The attackers are slowly starting to crumble and creep upon you, as from up above, Pozo finds yet one more. And speaking about the one, it's an Uno left standing. Eli trying to deny the plant, does not find the wallbang necessary, finds the shotgun shot onto Kamaj, but that's all that you can rely off of. But again, you are outnumbered. No finds the last, and just like that, Wisteria now hold match point.
And Wisteria adapted beautifully. They started off towards that east side. Their pick didn't work out. They used the Deimos Dokkaebi to try and get that early contest onto white stairs. Doesn't work? No problem. We'll just go for a normal default take. And I think Myth, expecting an east take coming out, dedicated so many resources to holding on to that side of the map. Wisteria have just walked through shop, applied the pressure onto Cocktail and caught Myth off guard and have found the entries because of it. That opening onto Cocktail was beautiful work coming out from the side of Wisteria to pinch her into Cocktail. And from there, the round exploded. Pozo getting aggressive, finding a double onto those players, really opened up the round for Wisteria to claim that top floor control and then just snowballed that momentum into claiming match point. It's almost a different Wisteria that we're seeing from their own map pick.
I'm telling you, people really like winning each other's maps. It's just tradition when it comes down to Siege and many other games, I imagine. But 3 rounds. Myth in a row. Will it be done? Or will Wisteria bring us to Nighthaven, which we've seen? And how many times have these two played Nighthaven between each other in the entirety of Voltage? Like 3 times each time. There we go.
They've played each other twice on Labs.
Oh, yeah.
And they've also played Labs extensively through the Voltage series so far.
Yes.
But Wisteria, they're looking like they want to send us there. It's a map that they are very comfortable with. They've played, I think everybody has played it time and time again, as it's been one of the most popular maps recently. But Myth are going to be doing everything in their power to stop us getting there. And look at the lineup that we see from Myth. It's much more traditional for this top floor. We have someone playing Pixel, which will more likely be Turco on that Azami. We've brought the Malusi and the Valkyrie for information. We can support our teammates from below with the information provided by these Valkyrie cameras. So I think Myth have realized we need to go back to our roots, go for a bit more of an anchor utility-based lineup rather than the frag-heavy lineup that we try to use to counter Wisteria's aggression. Fight fire with ice. To use the fire extinguishers in the form of utility to stop Wisteria's momentum. Stop them in their tracks, provide them with enough utility that they won't be able to just steamroll through us like they have in the last few rounds.
Like in the last few rounds, track record for Myth on their cafe compared to what they showcased against Geeke definitely turned on its head. But hey, still 3 more. It's just a really long run they have to kind of catch before Wisteria sprint ahead of them. Although this is going to be one of these rounds that Myth can't allow openings to be made. Yet again, a lot is on the line here. We do see Myth extending once more. Last time around, it didn't really work out the best. But now this is where the site remains as well, so it holds that much more advantage.
And it's all going to be about how long can we waste. Turco has been absolutely popping off in this position. He's going to be playing this pixel area. He's backed himself off, but he's wasted half the round. Cafe takes a lot of time just to get up to the building and get your attacks going. And Turco's added to that challenge. He's wasted a lot of utility, a couple of nades, a couple of drones. But now we've got Eli below as well. He's going to be the trap. He's going to have a C4 in hand to be able to try and capitalize on the fact that this control has been taken. So not allowing the attackers to be comfortable with this control.
Merlin, quite a dominating player in the previous couple, has been the one to open us up as well. This time around, it will be Neoz, followed quickly by Nolfez. Again, Myth are dealt a fatal blow, 3 players in an instant. And again, a clutch situation, which we've seen plenty of times. It's a tale as old as time, and all that remains will be recurring to fight back against them. 4 more to go. Can you do it? Certainly not, as Wisteria, out from the ashes like the phoenix, they rose and into their flames. Myth will fall. It will be 1-1, and we are heading to Nighthaven Labs.
We are going all the way to map 3 as Wisteria in a dominant fashion on Cafe Attack, of all things, on a map they've never shown before, win convincingly to swing the momentum in their favor to send us all the way into that map 3 on a map that both of these teams are extremely experienced on. Papa, where did Wisteria just pulled that out from?
I don't know what they did. I don't know what they ate. I don't know what substance was involved, but I know Wisteria are now a different team and certainly showing the progress from Chalet starting to rise. If it was a warm-up match, sure, the confidence from Wisteria might be just outstanding going into the final map, but at the beginning, Myth were slowly starting to bring back the possibility of this being a 2-0, right? First 2 rounds, a lot of mistakes from Wisteria, but that 3rd round, it was a complete turnover.
Wisteria decided we deserve a spot in the semis, and we're going to prove it today as they have a phenomenal victory. And it's them understanding their play style. We understood that when they get aggressive, when they bring the tools to support their play style, they play really good Siege. They take it to Myth, and we said from Chalet, when Myth get challenged with aggression, that's where they struggle, and that's exactly where Wisteria shine. It's a really fascinating back and forth between different playstyles where on Chalet, Myth responded to that aggression, made the right adaptations, but here on Cafe, Wisteria's overwhelming aggression just gave them success after success. That initial control was really well worked from Wisteria, and then on a count of 3, 2, 1, they just sent it, they stuck to their guns, and it worked out really well for them.
It really did work out well for them. And, you know, as much as Khan's had in the previous map with Syria, all pros to you going for this one. Myth, on the other hand, I'm hoping Nighthaven will not be a team kill fest that we witness here around. I think this is the most team kills I've seen in a map, and they kept reoccurring, and it was also onto extremely important roles, like the Monty, and so on, right? And then Arkari, who is an extremely vital asset of the team. The rest of the players are as well, but again, Arkari has so much competitive experience throughout the years that you really want to keep him for as long as you can. Now, again, it was a 7-3, and Myth might have lost this one, but Nighthaven gives the final lifeline to both of these teams, and we're really going to need to see the absolute peak of gameplay from them both.
And there was a C4 on defense as well. We nitroed our own teammate at one point, so Myth really not helping themselves at points, but we have to give full credit to Wisteria. They have capitalized on the situation they find themselves in, the kills and the just find flowing for them. They found everybody as they just continue to dominate on Cafe. It's not something I thought I would see, especially when we haven't seen Cafe coming out from Wisteria before. So maybe they were saving it, you know, hidden strats, hidden gem of a map for them as they get it over the line and send us all the way into map 3. And it's going to be Labs. We mentioned it before. It's a map that has risen to massive popularity at the moment, and it's a map that both of these teams have played so often. It should be an absolute banger of a map 3 for us.
Absolute banger. This is why we love the quarterfinals, because in Voltage here, we set up these matches to be perfect. And right now, map number 3 is about to be underway. A short break so we can rest. You guys can get yourself something to snack on because it's about to get tense. It's all down to the wire, and we'll be right back. We are back. We say we're going to be there for shortly. I just needed to go take a number 2. But in general, right now, we're returning to the match. We are going back at it. This is the quarterfinal. And right now, will be decided in the following map, Night Haven Labs, who finds the semifinal spot. Who goes up against Geeky, I imagine. And it's between Wisteria. It is between Myth. Amgun's obvious question. But are we ready?
Of course we're ready. How can we not be ready? I'm hoping everybody in the chat is ready as well. And there is more lore to this. The lore gets even better, Puffo, because these guys have played each other 3 times on Labs here in the Voltage series. The amount of homework that each of these teams could have done going into this game, the amount of counter-stratting that is available for both of these squads is phenomenal. And if we look at the games, we look at the head-to-head, Wisteria are up on Labs. They played each other once in the group stage. No, played each other twice in the group stage, and that went 1 to Wisteria, 1 side to Myth. But back in stage 2, Wisteria ended up winning on Labs. So the history between these 2 teams on this map is insane, Puffo. So this is going to be a phenomenal map 3 ahead of us.
This really is going to be a journey here, and like you said, they have a book, they have a novel of things they can read about each other upon, because they've also played each other. They're not only VOD reviewing, but just in general, how they've done in the past. But hey, we're going into Night Haven, Myth versus Wisteria, 1-1, and it's a best of 3. We're going the full way here, and I'm hoping that this match is really what it shows to be.
And we've seen this map played so often. Everybody should know in this lobby how the map works. It's not a case of we need time to warm up and get used to it. Because we've played this map so often, we need to see solid performances coming out from the get-go. It is going to be the Cade being banned out by Wisteria to at least aid in getting the walls open. As we know, Puffo, from many play days here in Voltage series, just getting the walls open on this map can be difficult.
It can be. It very much can be. But hey, stepping into the first round here, we're introduced with our bans. It will be the Monty taking a step down, the Cade. I don't think that's out of reason. The Clash also leaves the field. But the Dokkaebi, on the other hand, might indicate that Myth want to position themselves outside of sight, to put it in the best way possible.
Especially on the basement and the mid-floor sites. The value that Dokkaebi provides with her global utility is just unmatched, especially when teams are looking to clear that top floor and use that verticality on those mid and bottom floor sites. When you can just press a button and the Doki call goes out, it lets your entries be extremely aggressive off the back of that information. And as we've seen time and time again with how important that verticality is, it's just not an operator you can leave lying around, as it needs to be, the importance you need to put on holding that verticality can't be understated. So I think Dokkaebi gets huge value on a map like this. But what I love to see is, even here in competitive, the amount of use we're getting out of the Nari.
The Denari really has been shining bright even after. That's what I love about Ubisoft, right? They introduced him instantly into the competitive scene, and that allowed people to start experimenting, see where he fits. And on a map like Night Haven, he's definitely a perfect fit. But also on other maps, and that's what I'm going to love to see, how Akari uses them. We also see the Denari lasers already being utilized towards that electric side, and even towards IT, which forces the attackers to either step away or have to clear them, and that can get quite a bit rough.
And Nolf doing a great job demonstrating how the Maverick trick should be done. First 30 seconds, the wall is soft, which we love to see. However, Puffo, we have a Ram in the lineup for top floor. I'm not really sure what verticality we're trying to cook with Ram on this top floor. I cannot wait to see where Kamaj uses his utility to create some chaos, maybe with using his boogie drones as just noise and a distraction. But the walls have got open. The mission objective number 1, get IT and Connect open, has been achieved in a very speedy fashion. Someone's clearly been doing some practice to make sure he understands how Maverick works.
I'm telling you, this RAM is going to be used. Those boogie drones are going to be like an R2-D2 just sent out as a distraction, maybe a body bag. But in general, I don't think that's going to be lasting for much longer. Kamaj is actually the first to fall. Or Curry swings right before the Grimpies are initiated, allowing him to get the first. Second followed by Eli quickly as Wisteria look to move towards IT, but are denied in their step. Although the attackers still fight back, they're not all bark. They might be bite. Null finds one, and it will be Rikari as well. But Charco goes for it again. Where's the held from Nolf here? And while though they might be able to live in the shadow of Myth, that will not persist because they're constantly at a disadvantage on the man count. And Pozo's now playing up close against the shotgun fight. Actually, no, it's Eli and the Vector who gets downed. And Tridley now trying to play close quarters, but the revive will be there. You send it back to a 2v1. Pozo has no clue about it, sets himself in sight, doesn't have the diffuser. He's trying to play around it, spotted the wall bang there. FHP on the board, trying to fight against the final two and isolate them with a fire in the flames of the Capital, but they've already moved. They're starting to close in, and Tridley finds the shot required to finish the job.
It's an absolute bloodbath. They've looked to go aggressive, get in the face of their opponents on that side of the map, but the Ram pick is baffling me. We've brought the Ram just to jump in Rafter's window. Do it with a shield, man. It's going to be so much more effective. So crazy tech backfiring massively for Wisteria, but I appreciate the effort, but Myth were all too wise for it, as generally the shields, that's what their job is on that top floor.
Look, I would be down for it if the Ram got a kill off of it, but the entirety rest of the team from Wisteria are setting themselves up to deny anyone from playing on rafters in the beginning. So jumping in and trying to catch anyone off of rafters when no one's really there just makes it that much more of a weird or like a question mark in general. But hey, we're past that. Wisteria were showing a couple of mistakes on Cafe in the first two rounds, so let's give them some space to set themselves into Nighthaven as well.
And the other reason we're seeing a lot more than Ari, I think I've calmed down now, is the buff that he's received. In the most recent patch as well, they've reverted his damage back to 20 apiece. So for example, that triple diamond or triangle of death that we see underneath storage window, that deals 60 damage if somebody wants to jump in that window. He's been restored to an absolutely really strong state after they nerfed his damage. That's probably why we're seeing a lot more Denari being brought out of Myth to capitalize on these changes that Ubisoft have made recently. But now that we're going to basement, I like what I'm seeing from Wisteria. We've got Roam Clear, we've got Vert, and we've got the Twitch to deal with any sort of additional utility, such as the Denaris or the Mozzie Pests, if we can get the right angle. But overall, it's a really balanced lineup coming from Wisteria.
Oh, Myth are testing their chances. Kamaj is looking to get hunted down once more. He was the Ram player who was taken off the board first. He might be the Deimos to follow alongside that tradition as well, because Myth have set some players towards cargo. The roam on this top floor is a necessity, and while the Wisteria are looking to deny utility, I think they should prioritize of taking clear of some of these players.
It's going to be all about how we use the Deimos. The first track is going to go out, but Pozo's going to fall.
Oh.
The gunfight's coming out with the Deimos as well, but he doesn't have the backing from his team to deal with his players.
Yep, the player is a bit too deep in cargo for any verticality to reach him as well, as Tridley will be supporting Turco on this top floor to find the second as well. Kamaj, Pozo, both are gone. Now you need to hunt down this Mozzie, which has done so successfully. One player less for Myth, but they still have two on this floor, and they're looking to bring back the gunfight and aggression to make sure you are kept within a distance. Turco backs off, right back to site.
Eli is still roaming this top floor. He's gone for the long flank, crouch walking his way around here, Puffo.
This is deadly. He can also use the verticality, but they have no clue about Dynamite, who's right around the corner, able to find Merlin. Didn't throw yourself in. You tried the head check, but it goes against you, as now it does seem like Nolf and Niaz are trying to hunt down the Izami, but there's a little too much pressure upon you. You have a little to no clue what's roaming around it. Niaz loses his gunfight, and even the Denari's still upstairs, as Nolf alone stranded on the main breach with the diffuser and no HP to remain. 50 seconds, what can be done?
Myth doing a great job of navigating their way around the information that Wisteria have. Yes, they have the Deimos, but Myth have doubled up, almost tripled up on that top and mid floor to fight back against the roam clear. They've hid in little corners and capitalized on Wisteria not having the best drone game, and that way kept hold of the mid floor. It's situations like where Dynamite found himself. Just catching people off guard because there's no information on him.
Well, Nolf does find her carry through that verticality, but 15 seconds, a 1v2. There is nothing that can be done here. This is going to be around right towards Myth once more. They start off Nighthaven the same way they did Cafe, and now Wisteria are just left wondering what can be done, what needs to be improved for us to reclaim. Similar standpoint, Eli with a final kill. Myth finish it out. And again, the aggression just seems to be overwhelming.
And we're going to be going to the mid-floor after this round, and you speak about what can we do differently. It has to be to double up with each other. I don't mind us getting aggressive, trying to hunt these roamers down, but we need to do it together. These positions that Dynamite finds himself in, we can clear it from the verticality. We have Ram and Buck both playing the vert, but the problem is they've doubled up in the same vert. If we can create vert all across that third floor and work to roam clear together, we can make it a lot more difficult for Myth to maintain their positions on the mid floor, and then once that's been cleared, then go for the execute onto the basement. It's going to be a very similar attack coming in on the mid floor again. Again, we need to take the top floor and to be able to use either the verticality the defenders are going to create or make the verticality of our own, then be able to get the control we need to go for an execute later.
100%. And on a site like this, we've seen it plenty of times with these two teams, with other teams as well. Once you have ground control on the upper floor, let's say with Wisteria in this round, you also need to maintain it because the defenders really like sneaking up through those blue stairs through electrical, and how Wisteria are going to deny them of it is completely by them, but we also might see that come in the form of an operator.
There's the operator we're going to see time and time again, and I'll be very surprised if it's not banned out by the side of Myth, is the map. Noel's been doing a great job of getting that opening control, getting some access into the building, but it's going to be down to the likes of Pozo, Kamaj, and Merlin, who need to make up the difference. Once we get those walls open, we need to be able to deal with the utility we're seeing, and that's where we're really struggling at the moment.
Ooh, quick opening here. Tridley's just shooting back. Doesn't care what gun he holds. The range is just a suggestion for this man. Although Wisteria take a bit of HP off of him. But again, they're not going to be putting themselves away from the main objective, which is clearing out these early angles and going for top floor as soon as they can.
It's little things like there's no direct mirror counter in the lineup from the side of Wisteria. When this breach gets opened, when they go to put the pressure onto Pillar and Command Center, they're going to be greeted with a mirror, and they're going to have to problem solve on the fly, which can just delay so much more time. But Neos, he's sneaking his way through basement. He's got a drone ahead of him as well. Are they looking to bypass all of this utility?
And this could be misthought out for them, droning out cargo to go through cargo window. I don't think they're going to be expecting a attacking player up cargo stairs from down below, but hey, we're going to have to see that as the time is ready to tell. Just in a moment, though, Nolf still holding down his own angle, trying to keep himself safe. Myth do have verticality under contention, but Neos, you speak of him, he has made his way onto the middle floor.
And this is where Merlin's utility is going to be huge. If we want to hit this direct, we need to smoke this verticality. But Dynamite, he's coming down for the flank. He's cut off by these broom bees. But this Burt, does it have the angle?
Plant is going down. Tridley on an instant to deny it. C4 sent out, half court shot, and able to find Nolf. But again, a second attempt being made by Wisteria, and that's shut down as well. Turco dealing great damage. The defender on blue stairs denied, but it goes both ways as Urkari up from above, able to claim Neos in return. And now the attackers are starting to struggle. They don't have the keys. They have nothing claimed. That verticality that holds so much importance, they completely ignored it.
And it's backfired. Myth are doing a great job using that vert, using that verticality, just like on Chalet, to stop the bomb going down. Great bit of info to stop that happening as the gunfights rain out, as it's 2v4 for Wisteria.
And there's one objective Myth needs to keep in mind. Don't give away these ones. Pozo is teed for a moment, but I don't think that the Myth player looks to have a second bout with him. Maybe he does. All we know is that Myth are very aggressive and they're good at it. But again, strategy-wise, they've been playing phenomenally in this round. Kamash trying to seek out this one-player warehouse about as your one duo goes down. That's Eli, Clem, and Pozo, and leaving it down to the final. The Grim, the last one to stand, 20 seconds. And at this point, Myth are already looking for a successful third. Great headshot by Kamaj onto Eli to start off this possible last contestation. But little do you know that there is not much of a spot for you to win this out.
Ridley with the long rotate through the basement will find the final kill. And as we spoke about, verticality is the name of the game. The Capital bolts didn't provide the cover we needed to try and get that kit down, and it was Turco was the hero. denied it with the C4, denied it with the shotgun, and stopped Wisteria in their tracks. But just like on Chalet Puffo, we find ourselves at the quarter mark, 3 rounds down, and if Chalet was anything to go by, Wisteria, they found 2 rounds on the attack, went on to have a pretty good defensive half, but didn't get over the line. And on a map like Labs, we are expecting that 5-5, that 3-3 split. So now that Wisteria have seen all 3 bomb sites being played from Myth, now's the time to figure out how can we adapt, how can we make it easier for ourselves, and get back into the game.
Quite the boon for Myth to find themselves these opening 3. Caveat, on the other hand, is that Wisteria are now left to no choice but to get themselves flawless Ashen. I mean, they have no other option. They can leave Myth to win it 4-2, 5-1, God forbid even a 6-0, and then they go over to the attacking side where it's going to be even more stress brought upon the side of Wisteria. But again, this is the final round. They got themselves this second chance thanks to the performance on Cafe. Now they need to make sure to pull through once more.
And the adaptations that we've brought is we can now bring a dedicated hard breach because we know there's no electricity left. It's only going to be a mute jammer is the only thing left that we need to be able to deal with, and we can bring EMPs on something like the Capital to give us more utility. Rora is a really cool pick coming in from this top floor. There's a lot of angles from the warehouse and sort of command center position towards pillar that are essential to a defense. If we can Rora those off, it can provide a really good bit of cover to try and push into the site. That electrical area is normally the biggest roadblock we see. So it's going to be a really good counter to that.
Exothermic is out. With a combination of Eli's Mira, they might be able to destroy that Exothermic with it. I'm not necessarily sure if it's claimed. I'm going to have to see in just a moment. No, it's a bit too high. Well played by Nolf to set that Exothermic just on top of the breach and deny the Mira from tricking the wall.
That is going to be both mirrors down and placed, so only 1 mirror left now on this warehouse side. But Wisteria, they are gearing up for a meeting side take. And this is, again, I love the thinking that comes in from Wisteria. They've said, we've gone for a bit of a split take, we went for a warehouse take. It didn't go our way. Let's change it up. Let's bring a couple of different operators and go for a bit of a different philosophy in this round and see if we have more success. They've got the control in the connector side as well as the meeting side to gear up for this take. But again, it's that hard line at electrical and connector that you need to find a way to push past. And that's where things like the Capital and the Rora are really going to come into their element if they can keep those operators alive to make use of them later on.
Goes down the main wall. Try not to leave an opening for Wisteria to play around. C4 is chucked right through the window and pot in the hole. Eli finds Kamaj. That's an explosive beginning here for Myth once more, and they're looking to continue it. We still see Dynamite and Tridley both with C4. A swing out from 2. They get denied by the air jump, but Arcari's able to keep himself and the down Tridley alive. For now, though, Wisteria are looking to punish them off of it and just swinging around electrical. It is being held at bay, and it seems the bait that has been set has lured Wisteria into the hands of Myth. 3 players caught hook, line, and sinker as only 2 remain. They go in through IT, they get themselves extra breaches, but what does that matter when each one of your players is sent down to the dust? Dynamite with 1 more, as it will be Posa denying the flawless for once, for twice. 2 players on Myth, very low on HP, so it's quite plausible, but same stands for the Capital, who is now overpressured from all sorts of directions. And Myth give themselves some headspace. They know that Pozo is in a moment of struggle, so they can play around it, play it safe, set positions, and just wait for him to step in their line of sight.
Double SAS shotguns posted up and ready, but they're both 1 HP. But there's still a couple of smoke babes in the back pocket of Posa here. He's just juggling his angles, trying to get something going. As Wisteria, they just got caught off guard once again.
Oh, Dynamite gets away with it as well, just the run out from electricity. If that's not a showcase of aggression and confidence, I don't know what it is. But Myth, handguns, we need to get like on the same breathing ground. We need to get our mind straight. They have gone 4 for 4, and this round, Wisteria had so much opportunities to take out 2, 3 players at once, but Myth's chemistry was so off the charts that they held themselves together miraculously.
I'm not sure what was going down on Electric Door, but Jaeger with the new and improved pistol. He's got the red dot on his secondary pistol now, in case people want to bring the shotgun. Is a new and improved thing, and it helped get a kill as the pistol whip came out, I think they were trying to retake that tucked electrical position to provide a challenge to Wisteria, and it just somehow worked out beautifully for the side of Myth. But again, we've seen, especially on Chalet, that Wisteria are a defensive-minded team. Again, seeing it on Cafe as well. They went a 4-2 split on Cafe. Wisteria just need a couple of rounds on their attack to hang in there on this game. On the maps that are very 50-50 and can be defender-favored, that's where Wisteria really shine. So these next 2 rounds are going to be crucial in keeping Wisteria in the game.
Crucial indeed. It's the least they can claim. And I don't think we've seen much of a display from Shields themselves from Wisteria's side. So definitely will be interesting to see how the Blackbeard turns to pan out.
Activating jammer!
And the biggest thing is the shields for Wisteria. It just gives them breathing room. We've seen from Wisteria before, when they have that central point that they can focus their attack behind, it lets them keep composed and make the right decisions when it comes to their execute. Something they've been struggling with this series, not on Cafe, but on Chalet, was when we look to go for these attacks, we don't really have the right calls being made. So by having that shield in place, gives you that buffer to make those calls. But Puffo, we're going to get another mirror trick coming in as he puts it right in the middle of the wall, making it easy for the mirror.
Oh, but he expected it. There we go. The mirror has been set down. Nolf isn't falling for it. He's been in this scene for way too long and baiting out Urkari's mirror, who he didn't want it to go away. The opportunity was there, but now Nolf is given enough space to place an exothermic elsewhere and use the last one that he had in his pocket.
Again, with the ram on the breach, I'm not sure why this operator is here as we're going for an extremely direct take onto this position once again. Turco's flashbangs he's gonna be flashed by the flashbangs as this execute comes in here, Puffo.
It comes on in. Niaz looks to work his way through the smoke. Players even from the back lines. Blackbeard making it really difficult for Urkari to work, but he turns his side to his left. Urkari just gets a nice little peek to take out Merlin. And even though the C4 has downed out Nolan and Niaz being on low HP, he's still able to use that scope of his on the glass to find one. A run out from Tridley all the way from top floor to take out Kamaj and reclaim verticality for the defensive, as this makes Wisteria's job so much more difficult.
It's absolute carnage as Wisteria look to go direct, look to go fast, and Myth are just better. They understand what is going on. They found the frags. They are all over Wisteria in this round as the cover just wasn't there on the breach. They didn't have the back pressure on the verticality either, as Myth just steamrolls through this Wisteria attack, using the verticality once again to great effect.
Final 2. A bit too late for verticality, don't you think so? So committed on this glass push, but with one single C4, it was all the tempo, all that rush and aggression just being sent down to 0. Turco barely alive. A push in by Nolf doesn't go his way. He is supported. The shotgun up close, but that's the impact. The Pokeball to claim Nolf and Pozo. Although the refrag is there, Eli nails the final nail in the coffin. And just like that, 5-0 for Myth. What the hell?
I mean, Myth are cooking, but they're being allowed to cook. Ram did a great job of putting verticality onto storage. If we stayed on the vert, we would have had 2, 3, 4 kills on the players retaking the vert. The run out wouldn't have happened. So it seems like Wisteria right now just losing their way a little bit, not quite understanding, not executing their plans to perfection. And it is allowing the likes of Eli, Akari, Turco to rise up and just cook here on Labs.
That round was so much, and we can delve very deeply into it, but to summarize it, Wisteria, they opened up the wall really well played by Nolf to bait out that mirror. Okay, that's a good first step, right? They get it open. C4 isn't expected. They just wanted to rush it on in as if Myth have never used explosives before. Even on themselves, they've used it on Cafe to get a team kill, but, you know, Wisteria didn't expect it. They fall to it, and the entire rush is just reset. While in the meanwhile, that allows Tridley to hop on from the outside, get a kill, and reclaim verticality. There was so much that Myth exposed from Wisteria's little cracks, and it cost them the 5th round, which, by the way, Myth 5, I just can't comprehend them doing so well. Not to discredit, but Wisteria, again, we've seen them do better, and we know they can do better.
We know they can do better because they are 2-1 on this map against this team. However, it is a new iteration of this team. The last time Wisteria have played against this Myth roster, it wasn't an identical team that they played against. There has been new additions to Myth since then, and those new additions are paying off beautifully for the side of Myth as they're 5-0, but this is Wisteria's chance to get a round back, keep the score, and leave it with a little bit of respect, keep it together, so that way you have a chance on your defense.
The Mirror's placed once more, and it is going to be finding that exothermic for a change of pace. Nolf couldn't have done much about that. I mean, placed the exothermic as high as possibly could have, but no getting around it. As now Wisteria will need to find another way to break through the single breach, and it's the only form of hard breach that they actually carry.
I'm surprised we haven't gone back to the Maverick. We've seen the mirror trick being used. This will be the third round that we've seen it. We've got to start adapting and go back to the Mav. This guarantees the wall gets open. You have to be wary of these C4s, of course, like we see from Eli. He's getting the C4 in hand. He's ready to throw it out and punish anyone getting that breach. So I'm surprised that Wisteria haven't read into that and gone back to the Maverick.
Critical moments for Wisteria. They look to emulate a sort of breakthrough into sight. They find the IT breach. But we see again a lot of isolation. Some of these players just trying to clear out certain points of this map alone. Niaz sneaking out for any utility, while the rest of his teammates try to clear the upper floor, but they're not having good and hasty progress.
The connector wall's not going to get open either. You can see where Mira's playing. She's going to be so comfortable in that position, but Dynamite's going to get punished by Niaz as they look to work these vertical angles.
Maybe Wisteria have found a way to crack the code. It's the opening, right? It's a good beginning, but they're going to need to step things up because Myth have converted it time and time again. Even when playing low profile on this top floor, you know, they've been doing quite well. We do return for a moment. It was a bit of a stagger, but we're back and that's what matters. And I mean, even though Wisteria found themselves the kill, Myth still hold the dragon's grip.
And they would have played before. This is the best chance they've had to get around on the board. And now it comes down to how do we capitalize on this? We've got players stacked outside that cargo area. But again, we haven't dealt with the vert. There was lots of Myth players waiting patiently, but Merlin's going to kick things off on the lurk as it's a 5v3 with remaining players on this verticality.
Remaining verticality, Myth have not been dealt a silver bullet. Wisteria are starting to serve them one by one. And although Eli's still fighting back, ascends above, just finds one right before heading right towards site, where the plant could be going down, although Nolf hasn't made his way towards the site itself, while Pozo taking damage elsewhere. Thermite has found contact. C4 sent, a shot alongside it just to bait. Eli falls and quickly after Rukari as well. It took about 6 rounds, but Wisteria find themselves the first. It might not be too late, but certainly not the best heading into the second half.
But this is where Wisteria have shown they can really pull it back on their defense. They got a 4-2 split on Cafe on their defensive half, and they need a better split than that here on Labs if they want to have a chance at sending themselves into those semi-finals. The bans are going to be coming out, and with no surprise there, Wisteria banning the ace out is really interesting, especially if you want to keep the walls closed. I think the Mav is a much better ban in terms of being able to counter the hard breach, as Wisteria need to dig deep, they need to fight back, and this is where, especially this deep into the series, we've not seen a single tack timeout come out from Wisteria either. Is this the time where you take that tack timeout, you settle the team, and you basically start to mount your comeback on the defense?
You're going to need to. And theoretically speaking, there's only one tack timeout that can be taken, right? Well, unless Wisteria win a round and then take it, but Wisteria can afford to lose one round. They've been paying the price for their mistakes up until now, but they can get the snowball rolling just from this point on. The defensive is favored on this map, maybe not as heavily as Myth showed us, but who knows, if Myth were able to find a 5-1 split, who says Wisteria are not?
It's time to dig deep. This is do or die time. It's not the result you were looking for on your attacking half, but this is where you can now utilize the fact that they have to come to you. You can set the challenges that they have to solve, and I like what I'm seeing from the lineup. We have the Azami to hold on to this rafters areas, Puffo, and it just provides problems for Myth to solve. The more problems we can create for Myth, the better our chances are going to be of getting the round over the line and start to build that momentum and try and get the comeback going.
try and get the comeback going. The least you can do is try. Again, Wisteria, they found themselves the one round. I think that's huge. I think it's just large enough to get themselves a comfortable position in this defense because they know they do have a lifeline, and what makes it even better is they're under the stress of knowing they can't let more than 2 rounds pass them by, and some teams can work off of stress really well. We've seen teams like EK, Myth, Matchco, they're really good when stressed, and that's when they shine brightest. But for Wisteria, we're just hoping that ends up being the case as well.
The first thing to deal with is going to be this bandit trick, but we've got players in cargo backing up our bandit, which is what we love to see. Try and keep this breach closed, as North is just happily able to trick this wall, so providing a great challenge to kick things off. But Pozo is going to get punished as the hero that's been Pozo just going down early once again.
Yeah, North really doing a good job at multitasking, but at a certain point it gets to be a bit too much. Challenge from below. Wall is open, you can't bandit trick it any longer. And Myth, already with their opening kill, seem to be having, again, quite a fluent start of this match.
And the difference maker has been Myth have been shutting down Pozo.
Poor Pozo. Poor Pozo. Poor North. Not HP. C4 there, out of desperation. Wisteria know that they need to work themselves around it. Neos with a shot back right onto Akari, getting clear of that Thermite, who has done his job already. But it definitely is a good way to set yourself in a 4v4.
And the difference maker has been the star men of Wisteria. Have they gassed out? It's now going to be on Neos' shoulders to try and inspire the rest of his team. And they need to do what they can to try and enable him. He's been the standout performer so far. Supposedly being shut down. They will find the Warden as Turco keeps things rolling. And it's just the swarming presence, the control Myth have, choking out Wisteria on their first attack.
Yeah, Wisteria, 3 players here just trying to fight back against, going for these safe shots to hopefully find any moment of grace back and shut Myth down, because currently, again, it has been such a presence, such a cemented strategy that Myth have been performing quite flawlessly. I mean, I don't think they've been staggered at any moment. But up until now, North seems to be finally setting things back. Tridley falls to his hands, which is returned tenfold with Dynamite and Eli able to pick up 2. Although again, the Bandit, who's been multitasking since the very beginning of the round, now needs to clutch it up, but will be unsuccessful as Turco stops him then and there. Match point for Myth.
And this is looking desperate, unfortunately, for the side of Wisteria. I think the dexterity in the squad isn't where it needs to be, as right now Myth are just running away with it. They're finding everything they want. Wisteria don't seem to be able to find the counters they need mid-round to be able to mount this comeback, as Myth just absolutely showing their class with this new roster, the experience they have in being in these best of 3s. All of the players in the rosters, I believe Turco was in the LAN finals as well, if I'm not mistaken, in the T2 finals last year. So he's been there before. Akari, obviously on ITBA, he's got the experience as well of these long best of 3s, and that dexterity, that resilience, the stamina that Myth have to basically perform in these best of 3s is really coming to the forefront right now. Wisteria, it just doesn't seem like they have what it takes, the gas in the tank to keep themselves going, but they need to find something. They need to hype themselves up to try and get themselves back into this game.
Something, just something. Myth have been running away for it for the past 6 rounds. Wisteria, yes, you've claimed 1. That's great and all, but how you're in a moment where there's no second chances. You need to play this at peak because it's adapt or die. Myth, 1 more round ahead, and it's going to be theirs. The entire match, that is. The entirety of them going over to that semifinals. Well, as for the attacking side, we're seeing 2 shields here.
And that's what we need. Get it over the line. Get aggressive. Get in their face with the shields. And they've got the Aurora as well. So they're looking for some kind of pocket strat here to go fast, to catch out off guard the side of Wisteria. And might have something to do with the fact that this wall is soft, as here they go.
Ooh, but a bit outnumbered, outlined. Turco is going to get shot up for a bit, but a moment. The shield's able to block the majority of those bullets as Kamaj taking the heavy blow of it. Up close, right from behind. You don't expect Eli to be so close. And that's the first to fall. Tridley quickly on the kill feed, turning it all blue as Neon's trying to reevaluate. And all that's been lost, the Blackbeard exposed to the top of the head will be popped. And just like that, Neoz here could bring it back very easily. Shotgun on the range. I think the sound call was there that it's pulled, but Eli's looking in the wrong direction. His back turned turn to Niaz, who's already found 2, and the attacker's starting to struggle of getting back into sight. The Dominator shows his face once for all. Wisteria have needed a play like this to bring it back. We thought of it impossible. For a moment, there was a glimmer that Myth might have already finished this match, but no. Niaz keeps the hopes alive. Urkari on site gets the vault in, doesn't have the keys backing him up, but it's the Blitz that shortly should come on in.
And they're going to double up together as it's a straight 2v2 with the kit going down. As Pozo and Neos, the 2 star men for Wisteria, trying to keep themselves in it.
Ooh.
The fire is going to cause some chaos as Pozo finds one. Akari's got the trade. It's a straight 1v1 for the game.
It's all or nothing here. Relying on Pozo, who's been an extremely valuable asset to the likes of Wisteria. Same goes for Urkari. They're seeking each other out. The Bullet's giving away information, but Pozo isn't allowing his details to go astray. Urkari checking each and every angle. Still bulletproof cameras to give away his position. Wall bangs there, the shotgun pulled, but Pozo's taking it from multiple angles at once, able to find the wall bang and keep Wisteria within the game.
And he gets minus aura as well in the chat. You can tell the Myth boys just having some fun with it at this point as they've built such a lead. But that's what we want from Wisteria. They haven't given up. They've responded well to the rush shown by Myth. And this is where if Myth aren't careful, the more they start to mess around, the more maybe rush strats they go for, the more momentum Wisteria can build to try and claw their way back into this game. It was great response from Wisteria to identify where the rush was coming in from and to position themselves accordingly, and more importantly, to double up with each other. They had the trades to fight back against the likes of the Blitz and the Blackbeard, as well as the players behind those operators to ensure they couldn't just steamroll through the defense.
100%. The efforts of Niaz have not gone unnoticed. Wisteria were able to close out that round. They need to do it, what, only 4 more times? It's no issue, right? You're playing against Myth. You've won on Nighthaven against them 2 times out of the 3 you've played. Will you make a 3, or will Myth even out that long track record they've been set against? Well, I guess we're about to find out soon.
We're about to find out indeed if they have what it takes, as they've gone back to a very traditional lineup for this top floor, and this is where it's all about the execution of the defense. Make sure we don't make any mistakes. Let Myth be the ones to aggress onto us and make the right decisions. In Siege theory, if you like, Puffo, if we could just stay alive and let that clock tick down, see if Myth will find themselves unsettled, let them make the mistakes, and just do everything we can to try and get this round in our favor without making it easy for Myth. We've got so much utility we can bank on. Let's lean into it and make it as difficult as possible as we can.
From a standpoint from Wisteria, it would be absolutely legendary, this comeback, but again, not comfortable to say the least. Breach is going out. Turco, again, really solid operator, or rather player in general for Myth, has been the one to always kind of take the spearhead position and go forward in the charge. Tridley contesting Merlin early on, but it seems the defenders do want to back off. Just a bit of time waste, probably some phantom presence, but nothing else than it.
We've got a nice, lovely little crossfire set up between the Bandit and the Tabaro, but Tridley's going to pick it apart. But Merlin's got the trade. Bandit's still in place as well, as Akari just waiting patiently for these bandits to be dealt with. Can't really do much while they just stare at these bandit batteries.
I mean, they're wasting their own time here. Myth are going to need to push forward, but Merlin, it will be there expecting them, although some space is given for the moment being. Merlin only checking the actual entry into connector. Still has those 2 barrels, so can delay the breach more, as if already countless seconds haven't gone on by you trying to clear this 2 barrel.
And Tabaro might just have put this on the breach in time to be able to counter the thermite completely. If you get the Tabaro charge on the wall fast enough, I think it's 1.5 seconds need to be left on the charge. These bandit batteries are going to come online and completely deny access into this connector position. Look at the time, Puffo. 1 minute left and they don't have connector control yet.
Nope, they don't. And it's supposed to be their primary objective. Even going through electrical alone won't be enough to stop it. Wisteria have wasted time extremely well up until this point. Yes, you have those canisters. Yes, you have, or not those canisters, you have those yin candelas that you can use for the execution. But what will it matter when you can't even step into the building alone? First one pop, Eli ready to use it in the moment. Wisteria, I think they're ready for a response. 3 C4s still remaining.
They've got an artillery of C4s to deny these entry points if and when Myth get ready to go. And they're going to go right now.
Yeah, they're ready. They're steady. They're pushing it on forward. The attackers have no other option left. And with Syria, they just have no clue about it. The Infidel is working against the attackers as it blinds the one looking to peek it on to entry. But Myth are looking to close it out. Turco with one more. Eli with a shotgun up close. All up down to Kanaj, who's fighting up close. Finds the down. But that's simply not enough. Myth will be your winners for the quarterfinals here in dominant fashion going into map number 3. Yes, Wisteria certainly took them for the long run. But in the end, the result matters most. A 7-2. This is looking very promising for that semifinal match tomorrow.
And what a way to snuff out the aggression and the momentum that Wisteria had from the previous map, as they have stomped through Wisteria in our final map, and it's all due down to their coordination. We have to remember, Myth started off on the defense. They made brilliant use of the strategy that this map offers, whether that's on the verticality or on stopping the breaches getting open, that mirror trick working out extensively time and time again for the side of Myth to shut out Wisteria. I think Myth, they really took a good look at what Wisteria like to do on this map and created the perfect strats to counter it, especially on that defensive half.
There's no doubt that Myth, since the beginning of this match, have been the ones riding the wave. They've been holding the pen, writing the narrative, and leading how the rounds tend to go. Now, though, while Wisteria have certainly changed things around with plays such as Niaz's 3K and trying to get these final couple of executions by scrapping together what lever they have left of their strategy, Myth have been so good at tearing apart everything they stand for since the very beginning, and the score shows it.
It's just a world-class performance coming in from Myth, as they were almost flawless in the way they operated. They were seemingly firing on all cylinders. The amount of scrims and practice they've had on this map, we wouldn't want to expect anything less. We talked about it before the game, Puffo. When you played this map so much, I was hoping for a performance like the one from Myth from both of these teams. Wisteria and Myth, because they played this map so much, I was really hoping they'd both have a deep knowledge of how the map operates, but Myth clearly today were on a different level when it came to playing the intricacies of the map.
In general, they played it extremely well, down to the dot. They knew exactly what they were doing. Certain slip-ups, as the one we just noticed with the Blackbeards. And in a 2v1 spot like this, the Blitz being isolated, this is where Wisteria showed off to still be that team that made it to the quarterfinals. But again, it seems like that map 2 exhausted Wisteria a bit too much, and Myth came into this final map with full-on energy fresh out the oven, and it just left them for what seemed to be an easy victory.
Yeah, they were cooking, is the only way to say it, I think, Puffo. And this play, especially at the end, this just highlights the coordination that was on offer from the side of Myth. They were just phenomenal in the way they couldn't get the breach. They didn't have the control they wanted, but they decided, what do we have? What can we do? What can we do to try and get this round over the line? And they were like, we have Yinkandelas and we have our guns. We're going to pick 3 doorways, get the Candelas flying, and their problem solving on the fly was amazing to see. And that's Myth in a nutshell. They were phenomenal towards that final parts of the game, and well deserved that spot in the semi-final against none other than Geeke, I believe, Puffo.
Yeah, I think it will be Geeke. And I think using that vast recognition of what you really have up for offer, like you mentioned, right? They had the inks, they had the guns, they used everything they have, and they used it at its finest. I think that's going to be a really valuable kit going up against a team like Geeke, who stand at the pinnacle of 2-2 currently for a reason, right alongside good intentions. But hey, as for the semifinals to say, right now we have an interview from the side of one of them. They have to say, and we'll be right back. The moment you've all been waiting for, we are now joined by Tridley on the mic. And of course, after Myth ended up taking Nighthaven Labs with a dominant 7-2, Tridley, how's the feeling?
We're feeling good. I mean, we were just vibing the whole game. Not even that serious. I mean, we're just laughing about. I remember Urkuri one time told Eli to shut up, and I think that was quite funny. I mean, I think that's the play. Just let Eli not talk, and I mean, I think we win.
Okay, just mute Eli, and there we go, free wins. That's definitely an interesting way to win it out. And speaking of the previous map, do you think it was, you already said that you guys were just vibing, but do you think it was mistakes from Wisteria that ended up costing them the match?
You mean Labs, right?
Yes.
I mean, I think we're just winning every gunfight, and I don't think they could do anything about it. I don't think it was anything about strats or anything like that. It's just like winning the gunfights.
Honestly, fair enough. Siege is a shooter overall, but let's take a look a bit more in the past. Map number 2, you ended up winning map number 1, which was great to see. Chalet was well played, but what happened on Bank? What went wrong? Or Cafe, not Bank.
Cafe, yeah. I mean, I don't think we can attack Cafe at all. It was really bad. I mean, I don't really know. I think we just lost important gunfights as well, and I think they knew how to play them up, and I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, completely fair, but hey, the result is you end up being the winner of today's quarterfinal. And just before we head off and, you know, leave the second best of 3 to continue on, you're going tomorrow into the semifinals against Geeky, which are probably the best team in T2 right now. How's the feeling?
I mean, I hope to win. Obviously, yeah, they're a really good team. As I said, we're just gonna vibe and see what happens.
All right, fair enough, you know, just let it rock. Again, you are the only team that ended up beating Geeky in the entirety of Voltage series in Season 7, so no, maybe you do it for a second time as well. We're hoping to see you absolutely dominate tomorrow. Best of luck on it, and again, congratulations on your victory. Tridley, is there anyone you might want to give a shout out to before heading off?
I want to give a shout out to MJ. People know who he is. Just a great guy. MJ, and then Eli's brother, which is very similar to MJ. They gave me motivation.
That's lovely to hear. And that was the interview here. Before we head into the second match again, thank you to everyone who came around. Let's take it back. I do believe we're going to take it back to the desk segment just before we call it to a break. And in general, I think, you know, congratulations to Myth once more. We wish them the best of luck against Geeky tomorrow. And now we slowly start to descend. I mean, what's happening? We're going to be going back onto the hosts. Yeah, there we go. Bring us back into the camps. We're just, yeah, thank you, Tridley, again, once more for stopping by. And now we go back. There we go. It took a slight moment, but hey, Amguns, welcome back.
We're back. That was a great interview, man. I love the energy from Tridley, especially after that last game, man. It's great to see them playing just for the vibes, right? Like, especially after what was a tough loss on Cafe, as you heard from Tridley himself. Just to come into Labs and just be like, we're just going to vibe, we're going to go for the gunfight. It's really nice to see the culture they've got in the team and how well they played. So, you know, massive congratulations to the side of Myth, and also really well played to Wisteria. They took it all the way to map 3. They gave us a phenomenal series to cast. So it's been a good day. It's been a good day, Popo, and it's not over yet. That's the best part. No. It's not over yet.
It's not over just yet. We have one more match ahead of you. It's going to be another best of 3, and I'm honestly really excited for it. It will be casted by Erebos and Staratrago. So again, beautiful voices, beautiful faces. They're going to be taking care of, what's the second quarterfinal? It's Sikop versus UA. And the winner of that goes up against Panahune. So really exciting. Stay tuned in for it. Again, everyone who stuck up until now, there's still plenty of action to go around. And I'm Gons for now. We're going to have to sign off, and we'll be catching you guys soon.
See you guys soon.
Dream Okay, I do apologize. That one was on me. I was singing Katy Perry and I was told I can't do that anymore. So, Erebus, would you like to give us a proper introduction because I was vibing too hard?
Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. The audio is not quite there, but now it is. And two new faces, two new casters. I'm Erebos here with Drago, and switching it up a little bit this time. You're on the left, I'm on the right. Usually, it's kind of the other way around when we cast together. But how are you doing today?
of course. I'm good. Just had to make sure I was on the right side because if not, I can't really pet your head. And I'm really excited for today's matches. We're going into the quarterfinals. We're going into that one little spot where everything's decided. Semifinals or not, it's a tearjerker. It really is. And that needs to show me how these matches go. I need the map bans. I need the gun skill. I need the spawn peaks. I need to know where we're going. So if our lovely producer can, let's send us the map bans. First map was banned was Nighthaven Labs, so no repeats for the grand finals today. But we do actually have Chalet and I'm gonna say Clubhouse, which is somewhat similar to Nighthaven Labs as the repeat. We've got the OG Nighthaven as Clubhouse and then Border to finish. I'd be surprised if we actually get to Border, especially from the fact we've got a double blue attack start on two maps where I'd say they're fairly balanced depending on teams' play styles. When it comes to UAM and Psychopathus, what are you hoping to see here?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Obviously, a little bit sad Cafe getting banned out, but Chalet, such an aggressive map where the gunplay and the comms are really the key things going to be looking on that top floor, or rather that first floor, but rather the top floor in the library hold of that bar gaming bomb site can be so impactful. One of my key things that I look for on any Chalet defense. Then on to Clubhouse, where I'm going to be looking for the coordination, the teamwork, less about the gunplay and the raw aggression that Chalet brings. So I'm kind of definitely expecting a Border, considering how different these two maps are, where Chalet, it's more raw aggression, can kind of wing it, go on the fly, and make things happen. Whereas Clubhouse is the exact opposite of that. You need structure. You need to be able to work this out, work the map, work the bomb sites, and make the executes happen. Then when we get to Border, it's kind of going back to the way that Chalet plays, and it's going to be that raw aggression. It's going to be the on-the-fly gunplay, less about the actual strategies, but relying on the coordination all the same. So I think whoever wins map one might end up taking it in the end, if we do end up actually going to Border. But that's kind of just on paper and how these maps play out, so really anything can happen.
I can completely agree with that. So the main focus we have today is the fact we got to see the team's stats. As you said, both maps are going to depend on playstyle. All three are going to depend on how Psychopathus wants to run it. And as always, we've got Forever, who's just a friendly face. We've got Rax, we've got Shorten, we've got Neo. The only problem I'm seeing as a new sub today is Rafa, which means not only is he doing his debut for Voltage League, he's also doing it in a quarterfinals. Such a strong amount of pressure to be brought, but also this also means he can prove himself nice and early in probably one of the best states where the teams have so much time to prep and prepare for this, but having the most importance as well. I'm going to ask you quickly, who are you looking forward to seeing from the side of Psychopathus?
I think definitely interesting, both Rafa and now Resh not having any stats here. So it's going to be interesting to see how well they mesh together. And we talked about the coordination and being able to work together, especially on a map like Clubhouse. So could be a little interesting if they don't necessarily get off to a good start. But on to UAIM, no TBAs there, but Smiths, we've seen him perform exceptionally well in certain moments. But we need to see the rest of the members kind of step up. Kefi especially, as well as Nylar, just not really performing to expectation. And Gonna need to see them perform well because it doesn't really matter if the other team is not necessarily as coordinated, as used to each other as they should be. If you're not winning those gunfights, it doesn't really matter.
I never count that out because, as we've seen from Shadow last time in Clubhouse, when it comes to the kitchen 1v1 versus Geeky, he can bring it a lot and almost clutch it out. So, as we know, there's never a chance to couch out any of the players of UAIM. Let's head into the match. I can't wait for this. I'm sure you guys can't either. So, let's load in, lock in, and Chalet to start. Give me a quick rundown of how Chalet should be played and how it shouldn't be.
Well, I always harp on this, but that bar gaming bomb site, this map does trend more towards that attacker side, and bar gaming right now is just simply the best defensive bomb site, and you need to be able to lock it down. You need to be able to win both of the rotations to that bomb site. And if you don't, then you're really putting yourself on the back foot on that defensive side. So I'm really looking forward to see how these teams hold that particular bomb site. But into the bans, we got the Blitz and the Azami ban. Definitely makes a lot of sense. Blitz can cause a lot of chaos, and Azami can deny chaos. And on a map like Chalet, chaos is the attacker's best friend. If you can get in, make the defense extremely uncomfortable, then can really make things really easy for you. Grim and Mira being the last two bans. Grim is such an overpowered operator right now, especially with the fact that he can do it all. Information, gunplay, soft destruction, hard destruction, really a jack of all trades character. And that's kind of what this meta is about having a lot of everything so that you can be as adaptable as possible.
You're right about that. That also kind of goes to show that how these teams want to play it might not be the same way you guys play it in a rank stack. But now, the fact that we're seeing Ella be brought, Warden, Mute, I'm going to say this, Rooney and Malusi means that we're not seeing Mira be brought because she's banned, but we're also not seeing that be a hindrance to this team. They were planning guns from the start. Gun up, be ready to fight, make sure that nobody has the easy cheap shot to win. Even Mute opening holes in construction, people playing above, making rotates. They're going to plan to hold most of the map and then retreat back to site, which could be a problem if you case it as, hey, nobody's actually paying attention, let's just rush window, jump in, plant, which is always a big deal, but that's kind of the reason they banned Blitz. They wanted to make sure that that wasn't just a straightforward option of just rush site, which I'm hoping they have the right idea, because as you can see with the arena gets and everything set up, if nobody's able to cover that top floor upstairs, it's all going to come down to how they're playing it.
Yeah, I completely agree. And we see already a little bit of map control being gathered, information gathered rather, and getting rid of that Aruni gate pretty early on and spotting that there's nobody in library just yet.
Oh, I'm a wee bit worried because this Ella has done this run out so much. It's punished so many teams. I'm hoping she can get away with it, but you never count it out too early. Yes. She tried to, but couldn't get it. It's very unlucky. But for now, we're just going to have to wait and see how this execution starts. With the 2-minute marker, nobody's died. There's been no direct engagements. A couple sprayed shots, hoping to pre-fire, trying to push people out of mezzanine. But they haven't got anyone actually waiting, watching a site, except for one operator. They could easily go for the push. There's the first 2 kills. Theory, and we're losing Shadow early. Lost another one now with a quick jump in, tries to go for the pre-fire, stays alive. Alpha got his own though, taking out the Mute, and Gnarly's upstairs, gets one, takes out Lucy, making it into a 3v3.
Yeah, and there is just a rat here. Raxo managing to sneak all the way into library, into this power position forever, able to take down Kefi. A Shadow disconnects here. Hopefully can get back in the lobby, but it was already dead, so not going to be an impact in this round. Smiths going down. Raxo does get found out and falls, but it's all going to be left up to Nylar to find these last 2 players. With this 417 in hand, 1 bullet will take down forever, but still has to deal with these Grismot mines if they are happening to be on this door, spotting the barrel of the gun, just trying to bait out the swing, not quite able to bait it out just yet. The swing not coming in. 30 seconds left on the clock is plenty of time to work with here. The Lion Scan going to come out, has to spot out exactly where both of these players are, knows where one is. The Warden not quite spotted here, so the wall is still soft. Angle being held here. Prone back behind the nade, will actually bounce back, so not going to able to get in there and get down the player. Able to find the one kill, but not quite able to find the second as Sikapatas take round one. And what a valiant effort that was from Nylar.
That was hard fought. You could see the pacing. You could see his mindset of, if I throw this nade perfectly through that hole, I can probably push him out into the doorway. It just happened to catch the corner. He needs to go back to basketball practice for now, or baseball, depending on how your sport is, because it was just not the right amount to get that nade through that hole. But here's the bigger problem we're seeing with this team. They've got the plays, they've got the ideas, they just can't do it just right. As we can see, though, our observer's trying to quickly fix the settings, makes everything nice and picturesque for everyone at home, so it's not too stretched and squished to make things a little bit more legible. Main factor has to come out to the fact of, we need to know how these teams are playing this out. If we have quick aggression from the side of UAM, Sikapatas is going to want to turtle out and slow it down like they just showed us. But it still came eerily close to being too slow, where if he had gotten the flick onto the Ela first, or the nade had went through that hole, it could have destroyed all of Sikapatas' plan and given UAM a really big lead. This is why they're still a threat.
Yeah, I completely agree. And we saw Bar Gaming being held fairly well. They managed to have that late retake of Library and hold on to it. And that was the guarantee. And Forever able to find the kill under the ram of all operators on this basement defense. That is going to be a massive blow to UAM's prospects in this round. And I mean, you have to win that Bar Gaming bomb site, and they did just that. And after that, it's just kind of, you have to make aggression happen. You have to find these early picks and try to make your life easier on these other bomb sites, and they're making it just so easy. Forever able to take down 2 as he is just going absolutely ballistic on this round. And can he get 3? No, just baits it out, getting shot from every angle. Series shuts him down. Finally, his rampage is shut down. Sikapatas still with the man advantage here and losing both the Dokebi and the Ram Drago. I mean, just how impactful are these kills here?
Well, losing 2 just essential operators for Goyo is probably what I'm going to say is a perfect trade. But Kafa's answer with his own does not get the second, though. Alibi gets the flank and take out the Demos. But that is the plant now successfully going down. No defender's actually able to cover it. Losing what I'm going to say is Sentry and Goyo is kind of nuts, especially this early into the match, with having a Monty and a Thermite in post-plant situation, meaning that, hey, you're covered from any sort of run out, any sort of jump outs, any sort of direct confrontation. The only problem is whether Siri can make the snap down to killing one of these people jumping at the window at the same time. There's only 3, so one has to go for the diffuser, the other one has to try to kill the Monty and take out the Thermite. 14 seconds, there's the jump out. Doesn't get the first one, but does run and push on the Monty. The diffuser is getting diffused. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's safe.
No
Yeah, they
way.
got it. Sikapatas was able to defuse the bomb, gutting it just in the nick of time, shutting down the Monty with a quick down while fighting the Thermite and downing him in the end in the last second.
Yeah, it was such a valiant effort by UAIM, but I mean, I'm not entirely sure how the Monty actually went down there. The Monty needs to be able to stay up, especially with the 1v1 up against the single player that's trying to push you. You just have to stall long enough so that your Thermite can rejoin you and try and get the person on the case, but it just didn't end up working out. And Sikapatas with such a massive retake there in a round that looked like they were surely to win, and then a round that looked like they were surely to lose. And finding these 2 early rounds is boding extremely well to their chances in this map.
Oh, you're right about that. But something that I'm worried about, looking from their playstyle and how things are run for them, if they don't make a right decision here, it could end up showing us that this could be a 7-0 sweep, which I'm going to say it wouldn't be the wrong thing to say, but it wouldn't be the right thing either. You can't count out these teams because of the fact of how, let's say they might prefer defense favored on this map, and took the attack just to make sure that, hey, on the final map, we
No
get what
way.
we want. We have to fight there.
Again.
Solus is back.
Again.
If I remember correctly, Solus has her impacts as well, so having the shotgun come out, that feels just punishing right now.
How did that even happen? I'm not even sure. The round had just started, and Brim able to find the first blood with the shotgun, and yet again, Sigbatas off to an insanely massive start into these rounds that aren't bar gaming, but still a chance here for quickly into the map, into the building, but Prim with another kill, a double kill yet again for a player on Sigbatas early into the round, 2 minutes left on the clock, and you're already down to 5v3. Yes, you do have the Blackbeard in the building on those stairs, so you're going to be able to cut off these rotates, but you need to be able to find these kills. You need to be able to lock down the safety of just exiting your spawn, as it is going to be a trade happening, but that favors Sigbatas so massively because they're already had so much on man advantage into the 4v2, minute 30 left on the clock. Still have to deal with these roamers up here on this top floor. From the rappel, there's not really a lot you can do. You have to rappel in, you have to jump in with this utility, but you don't have the sense to activate these walls that allowed this Blackbeard to get in so quickly. A little bit of a push here from Rafa on the completely blanking on the name.
It's okay. Don't worry. Rafa's on Scopus, and you got to be prepared because she can teleport back and switch bodies. It's really interesting how her playstyle works. The bigger problem I see is the fact that most of site isn't covered. Almost being able to walk in freely into B and take it. Only a Malusi gadget to really detect this operator. It's all going to come down to Solus and the other player upstairs. Castle, Scopus, or Solus on the bomb staircase, but they know they have Diffuser just waiting steadily. Whether or not they have any sort of chance to try and push this and try to get the Diffuser isn't going to be in their favor, especially when Castle's holding the angle upstairs and takes out your companion. Now it's just up to Capital, but Capital's been shot in the back, has to take upstairs and try to go for the hat drop after getting shot by Scopus and taken out of the round. That's another one for Psychopathus. It's coming out to just being stronger, holding the above sights while also being just, I think the momentum and the timing is set there mentally, where UM is going to have to claw back. Only question for you, who's getting banned now?
I'm not even sure. Maybe a Capitao ban, just to be funny. Maybe the Blackbeard ban, they don't want to have to deal with it. Maybe it's the Monty. For the defense, I'm not entirely sure what has been the most effective. Gonna see the Solus actually getting banned here. A little bit interesting to see. I'm not seeing it, Drago. Wasn't it only brought that last round there?
It was, but the problem is, even like in the previous matches earlier today, Solus got that little patch where she's now got impacts as well, meaning that she's a lot stronger than Pulse. In the case of, you have the shotgun, you have the SMG, you can basically do everything Pulse can do just with only electronics. It's not as direct as seeing people through walls for the heartbeats, but it's a lot stronger when you think about it in the case of planting, diffusing, finding people on drones and cameras, catching people off guard. And on a map like Chalet that's so soft, it can go wild. So maybe it's UM's wrong response, but it could also be the right one. It's just going to come out to the fact of, if you realized there's only 2 donuts in this whole lobby, Shadow's not shown up yet, but neither has Neo. If those 2 people show up now, this match can go either way, back and forth. A 3-3 split is still in the cards. I think taking out Monty was probably the right response, My only concern is that Blackbeard, who was able to cause a lot of destruction last round, he's not being brought this one, so maybe there's a different plan set. As you can see, we have Lion, we've got Capito, we've got Ying, we've got Bravo, we've got Striker. But Raph
Well,
is
we
here to take
don't
away
have
Bravo anymore.
No, the Bravo going down so early, which means you got the Malusi, you got the Ella, and you got the Aruni, all completely safe. Their gadgets will survive until they are destroyed or shot out or activated or anything like that. But the Bravo's not going to be able to hack those. And yet again, Sikpatas with the opening kill in the early seconds of the round. We have a run out, not quite able to find anything, however.
That's a tough pill to swallow, but as we all know, that's just how Siege plays. You gotta be able to just try and catch off any angle. Make sure that you're covering your teammates as they try to go for executes. Early, clear, and clean. So, just barely Rooney getting caught on the door, but doesn't actually get shot. Wins the engagement, now just has to cover. Hiding from the flash, trying to hopefully get this Ying outside the door, but Ying wins with a beautiful 2-tap. Takes out the Rooney. Now it's a 3v3 split again. Keep coming down to these. How do you fix a 3v3 issue?
Yeah, I think it just comes down to the fact that UAIM look a little lost. We saw this when they were up against DK in their last play day, but the coordination just isn't there. We saw the Lion Scan come out, the Ying Candelas come out, and the Firebolts come out, and it didn't amount to anything as Forever are able to take down Smiths with a beautiful shot there. The Capital, the smoke is not going to be any impact in this round, and a beautiful angle from Forever takes down Nylar. Keffi, the last one up and available for the side of UAIM, and we're looking to go 4-0 for Sikpatas, unless Keffi, with that beautiful 81 round mag, has anything to say about it. Able to find the first, no, looking the wrong direction, might get caught out by the angle, no, spots him out. The missed shots from the Warden give a new lease on life for Keffi. Can he manage to make it happen? A similar situation as Nylar found himself in that first round on this attack of this bomb site previously, but this up-down angle from the hatch. No, Rafa with the shotgun on the Warden, not susceptible to the flashes, able to find the kill. And we go 4-0. Sikpatas looking to run away with map 1.
You're right about that. I'm going to correct you a little bit. That wasn't Warden. That was a mute. Just happened to be as happy as could be with a shotgun in hand and pre-fires. But that's kind of one of the things you got to remember about the flash system. The fact that now it's set to dark flashes means that doesn't actually hurt the player's eyes, which is really nice because certain operators like Ying, you feel it yourself and it hurts. At that moment, I'm sure that Ying is kicking herself, hoping that she should have won that gunfight. But if not, she knows there's a Warden on the table still, which could have been a bigger problem. For now, they'll be chatting, they'll be talking to each other and trying to listen up to, hey, what is happening to us? How are we getting shut down so early, so quickly? How do we fix this? I'm hoping they're understanding that it's all coming down to play style, risky plays, or being a bit too quick on the upturn. Taking things and slowing them down isn't a bad thing. So, there's one of my favorite sayings in this game is the fact that patience is a virtue. But it doesn't mean being spontaneous is reckless. So, but now we've got to make sure that they know what they're doing. I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Is there an operator that can solve this problem?
Again, don't believe that it comes down to an actual operator here for the side of UAIM. I think it just comes down to coordination. They're just simply not on the same page, and you can tell with their utility usage as well as their utility clearing. They're not preparing for these runouts or these spawn peaks, and they're just dying early on. This time around, so far, I don't want to cast or curse them, they have not died yet in these early seconds, but maybe just might happen if the swing comes through. But this is a nasty angle to actually pre-aim for the defender side. Forever took quite a bit of damage there. So, and yes, the grenade is beautiful. The bounces just made it explode almost instantaneously. A beautiful grenade work. Off of the bounce, it starts cooking. So there are some funny things you can do with the nade, but no, the cheeky little rat play, Fremen able to take down 2 and take the man advantage for his side on the sentry.
And that's one of the problems where if you don't drone or don't check your corners, there's a lot of rat plays you can get away with. That's why Cab was so strong in the season she came out. But it's also why this game's just so improved. Trying to take out that Capital Claw to make sure Thermite can get that wall breach because he's still got both charges. But they don't have a lot of options. They have to make sure they keep their eyes clear and their drones open because of the fact of you don't know what you have to find. But Smith finds Prim, avenges his teammates, takes out the Sentry, making it a 3v3 again. But with Smith on 1 HP and a Dream, they don't have a lot of options just to go for quick plants. They know they have to rotate back and try and just split the attention.
Yeah,
How do you
I'm a
sort
little
of...
curious. Oh, I'm a little curious how Smith was actually able to find a kill on such low HP, because when he took that gunfight, he was on that HP. So maybe he just defense a little caught out by how far forward this Blackbeard actually was. But Raxo ready and waiting. You'd have to imagine that there is a wub there ready and waiting for this Blackbeard if that nade was not available to actually get rid of it. And gonna see this wall get opened up a little late into the round, 30 seconds just under left to play, as looks like both thermite charges going for this backside, and now just completely ignoring everybody and taking so much damage off the back of it, just not reacting to any of those crosses. Could have had such free amounts of damage. Going to get flashed here, Shirley goes down, but Smiths with a triple kill. The Nitro able to find him, is now through the blind, through the flash, quad kill on Smiths, but is there time? There is. Shadow finds the final kill. Finally on the board is UAIM, as it's 4-1, but not the start to this map that you wanted, but getting back into it just a little bit.
I did say the moment Shadow wakes up from his dirt nap, he's going to be a demon, and that's what's come out from them right now, and we're so happy to see it. Shadow's got his kills on the board and is seeming to have that confidence come back. Same with Neo, but Neo's just got to wake up a little bit closer. He's still groggy. He couldn't land the shots, but he got a C4 off to stop the plant going down, which could have saved a lot of time. Here's the problem they have now. You're right, there's no operator to solve this problem. It's all going to come into teamwork. We're going back to kitchen. I'm wondering how are they going to take this, because they know there's a Scopus upstairs, which kind of caused a bit of devastation last time. How do you counter Scopus best?
I think the best way to counter Scopus is just simply to take the gunfights, manage to win the gunfights, and boom, if she's dead, she can't teleport back to her other body.
Okay, I can understand that. I can see that. My only question has to be of if one of these teams wants to try that, is there any real risk to just deciding to push in, take the fight? Because if they try it, they could probably walk away with a complete victory if they try to go for a rush shot with only 2 people on site and there's no Solus anymore. And as we've seen from Psychopaths, they're not bringing Pulse or anyone else to try and stop that. Once you have the clear, it might be a good shot just to try to go for a sneaky rat strat.
Yeah, and we've seen how effective the ineffectivity of UAIM's drone game has been so far, just in that previous round where we saw the Sentry getting the entry onto 2 of the players and giving man advantage towards Psychopaths. Yes, UAIM managed to come back and take the round off the back of a 1 HP Smith's quad kill. This time around, having to attack this top floor to get in, seeing the same result as last time, but with the extra member alive. Smith's getting on board, but no, Primin able to get down the Nomad. Not going to have any of those air jabs for any late flanks. And yet again, same result as last time, just a little later on, the Blackbeard getting in towards this site, but UAIM down a member already. That Nitro almost taking Nylar, the backstep just in time, managing to save the majority of his HP, especially, more importantly, his life.
Gotta say, Prim has been the perfect counter to Shadow this entire match. Just catching off guard, same with Rafa. The only problem is you've got to worry about Kafi. When he's still alive for more than a minute, he will take out half your team. Prim gets Siri, though, as well, to quickly even out and exchange that man count. Hopefully they can take out this top floor and make a lot more of control easier. Oh, only problem is the you can't just push blindly. Smith sees the player through the hatch, tries to go for the kill, but has to back up because he knows his teammate's just been taken down. Smith does land the shots on Rafa, but that's him down to 20 HP. Prim and Narlo actually just trade 417 in hand, witching for the DMR. Gets the kill, but now it's up to the Blackbeard trying to fight this. Malusi just has the fire rate to win the gunfight.
Yeah, and it just came down to raw gun skill in that round. The Blackbeard managing to get so much ground, but just not happening. And it makes me so confused as to how they can get in towards the site, but they can't actually make anything off the back of it. The Blackbeard was right next to the bomb site, right next to kitchen, and then you find out he's up in the top floor at the hatch with nobody left alive. And Smiths, yes, in that previous round had managed to find the quad kill on 1 HP, but this time his whole health bar wasn't enough to make it happen in the clutch. And it just comes down to Sigma being more coordinated and winning their gunfights in advantageous positions.
Right now, we need a UAM reverse sweep. It's 5-1 going into their defensive half. This is still possible, still doable, but they know they only have one round to make a mistake with, and then there's no mistakes after that. We've lost Asami and we've lost Tubra nice and early, meaning that these wall breaches are still doable. Tide and Bandit are still in the still a possibility, but we're not seeing them be brought. We're seeing Mute, Frost, Castle, Jaeger, and Rooney being brought, with Grim and Monty being banned on the attack. They still have a 6th pick, so I'm kind of hoping that since we're going to the upstairs floors, we're going to need some sort of setup from them. Or 3 people in a bathtub. That works even better. You always have to be prepared for the 3 people in a bathtub strat. Make sure that nobody can stop you, including the castle, just to make it even safer. So, quick question for you. How important is Solarium in bathroom to a take like this?
Well, I guess it really just all depends whether or not the attackers actually opt to go for it, because in reality, what they could just simply do is bring a Ying, bring an Amaru, jump in the big window with some flashes down, and plant next to the bed, and boom! Everything's done. You could even bring Aurora off the back of it. Just boom, door completely blocked off, door completely blocked off. You have the reverse castle, but Sigmatos not opting for my advice here. I don't think it necessarily, well, I mean, it could have worked, but, you know, hindsight 2020. But going into this round, they are going to have the Aurora, so going to be able to block off these doorways, going to get rid of that. Oh, they didn't actually know the castle was on that door.
This is where there probably has been a bit of misdroning coming out, and the fact that Smith almost actually got the kill and almost was able to take out the diffuser, but that sledge was covering the long angle. The diffuser's been down. 2 operators now repelling out the window, able to cover each other. Now they have to decide, how do you even push this to go for that plant to try and stop them? You know that the castle door is just cut off. Everyone loves that new repel feature. Rask is able to cover it. What? Smith gets his own, takes out Rask on a nice little trade. It's becoming a 2v3. Nobody's close to that diffuser. But it's so tight to the window, you know you're cut off and unsafe. But now it's all just down to this last attacker. Jaeger's still waiting outside. They can hear the diffuser going off. Gets the castle. Now it's just up to the Jaeger, but that SMG-12, I didn't realize it worked so well at long ranges. Gets the kill on the Jaeger as well and saves his team the round and the defuse.
Well, the beautiful thing about Siege is that it's 1 bullet to the head and you're done. It doesn't matter what gun it is, as long as you can find that one singular bullet. And the castle's just left in the bathtub saying, why? Not in front of my salad. And just, they completely ignore him. He's just left there sitting with all of these castle barricades, all of this utility set up in the bathroom. And it just doesn't mean anything because the case just goes down on that big window. Yes, it wasn't the Amaru coming in with the Ying and the smokes and everything. It just required a smoke and a plant with a Capitao sitting in the smoke, and boom, jumps out the window and the round's done. Yes, it came down to the 1v2, but that round is so hard to win as the defenders, and they opted for that top floor bomb site. They had that preset plan, and it didn't work out. Now you're going into map point, and you have to go down to the best bomb site. And if you win this, you still have to win 4 in a row to send us to overtime.
Well, you never count out anything you've seen in Rainbow Six Siege. Not now, not ever. Because as we know, it's just a small push to change all of this history. There's always a chance for a reverse sweep. It's never over till the gridlock starts singing. And right now with Prim, with that
no
Finka,
way!
I'm just the LMG is so strong. But just also the fact that you've taken out such an integral operator to the defense. That's a C4 off the board. Valkyrie just getting absolutely destroyed. It's a hard thing to swallow, but it's still not over yet. As you can see, the gameplay is still fighting through.
So how many first bloods in the first 30 seconds is that for Prim? Is that like 4 or 5 at this point? Absolutely ridiculous. All of his kills basically are seemingly off the back of just raw gunplay. I'm going to peek you and I'm going to kill you. I'm going to win the gunfight. And then boom, the round's over because the rest of his team can just follow up on the man advantage. But we're looking at maybe a rush play here with the Blitz gearing up. Still gonna have to deal with this Aruni gate and this Mira sitting very close, ready and primed with that C4 if the case arises. As the buyer is going to come through here, gonna get rid of that Aruni gate for the time being. I believe it was just an impact EMP, so might just run out very shortly, unless it was just an impact EMP going off somewhere else. Not opting to jump in yet. Minute 30 on the clock, still plenty of time to deal with everything, and you have the man advantage. Opting to instead go to this top floor, clear out this library, not going to risk anything, and not going to have to deal with these potential verticality plays coming through from the side of UAIM.
Here's the biggest problem they have. There's that 6th defender, that timer ticking away on the side of UAIM. If they can just hold out and turtle long enough, they can stop all this attack right in its tracks and win the round. But Prim is not going to let that timer be their only opponent. They're going to make sure they have to fight to try and keep them out of sight. A 5v3, they've taken top floor control all around the bomb site. There's only one operator inside. It's an ally. Smith is trying his best with Warden in stock. But there's Smith getting a double kill, quickly taking out Prim and Forever. That's the main 2 carries gone. You just got to worry about Rafa. And then it's the Blitz. You can hear it. You can see Fort since Mira still has one in the pocket. But there's no safe way for these attackers to enter sight. A quick pixel angle tip from Nolly takes out one, but Raph answers with his own, taking out Smith just before, making it a 2v2. Capital has to go for the fire and the flames. Just cover his teammate, smoke off, hopefully go for this plant. But he's going to have to try and challenge the aggression because they know there's Warden still up. But Nolly gets one. Kaff is there to cover and takes out the Blitz.
Yeah, and they survive for the time being. The Warden, absolutely instrumental. They're able to see through the smoke and take down one of those players. I'm not entirely sure who ended up getting the Blitz, but a beautiful round from Nylar there. Able to just work around this bar top and able to take down that one you see in the replay through the pixel peak onto the window, able to take down another up on that top floor. And it felt like Sigmatas just stalling out there in that mid round and not quite able to turn that opening kill into an advantage that turned into the round win. And UAIM survive another round, opt to go back to this top floor, maybe with a little bit of a different strategy here, not bringing the castle this time around, not trying to just bunker up in the bathroom and put all your eggs in one basket.
Here's the biggest threat I see right now from the side of UAIM. It's not just the fact that they have the good gun skill to actually get away with everything they're planning, but it's also the fact of if they decide, hey, it's our match, we're not even going to be concerned about you, they can do so. As we've seen, that Warden was able to hold off for so long on site, staying alive as a secret weapon that stopped all of the Capitao. But I'm hoping Smith gets this spawn pick, waits for one of these attackers, wasn't paying attention to the right-hand side, but was watching that fireplace spawn. Here's the problem, they still have a lot of time to set up as well. As I was saying a second ago, they have the gun skill, they have the ideas of the man advantage sometimes, but they're not able to capitalize on it, which has been their biggest fear and the biggest threat. For now, We're just gonna have to see how well they can take Solarium, and maybe they go for the second rush strat, making sure to take out the Warden first, cover the smoke, and go for the plant.
Yeah, and pretty slow round here to start us off. A little bit of gunfire we can hear off in the distance, but pretty nice spread here of the defense, holding quite a lot of space in this building. So it's going to take some good drone work, some good teamwork here from Toss to root out these roamers and deal with them. Looks like Dokebi call might come in fairly soon if they do hope to get in on this rappel. Might go for something a little bit aggressive, a little bit spontaneous here if they can spot out exactly where these players are, because UAIM is giving them quite a bit of space over here on this Solarium side. The Deimos going hunting, tracking the Warden. They don't want to have to deal with the smoke being seen through, but forever getting dropped. No Finka to boost him up this time around, and no able to find the kill is Raxo onto Nylar. Shadow finishes off the kill with the Nitro cell, so that it's going to be a Nitro to finish off it down here as these players on the side of Sykopatos start to push up, start to gain control of this Solarium side, of this bathroom side. The ADS able to get rid of the first grenade, which means his head is going to stick out for the second, able to find him. But Rafa able to take down Smith. The cross, Rafa able to make it into the 3v3. A little bit of low health bars here as Kefi finds the double kill, able to take down the Dokebi. Going aggressive here with this SMG. Gonna have to fight this player, but no, Raxo from the rappel able to spot out the player and give a safe passageway for those Solarium stairs. Able to take down the Aruni gate. Going to try to hold coverage here. They don't quite have the, or they do have the diffuser here on the Ace, so if Ace can manage to cross in, the hold might be just enough, but Ace goes down. The Capitao has to do with this all on his lonesome. Going to drop these smokes. No Warden alive and available to actually see through these. Gonna have to take a gunfight, but no, the defenders win the round. UAIM with another one surviving yet again and taking this top floor, as we probably are going to head down to the basement unless UAIM want to opt in for that kitchen.
Oh.
Here's the bigger threat I can see coming out from them. If they try to go for this and they don't get the right ban, they lose it all here. UAIM have been showing us a quick masterclass on how to come back. The only problem is the pressure is still standing on them. There's still no room for error. There's still no room for mistakes. Mira and Capitao have now been removed. Mira was still crucial for that last couple of rounds. So the threat is looming over them. Capitao being removed might not have been the ban. But we're going to Wine Cellar. I'm going to ask you, how do you defend Wine Cellar perfectly to stop any sort of plays
Protect your
here?
bombs from being defused by attackers.
Well, you have to be aware that the attackers are more than likely going to be able to open up whatever they end up wanting to. There's a lot of ways to deal with it, but it comes down to, are you going to allow them to get the verticality? Are you going to give over the map control? In my opinion, I think that you can't really give over the map control so easily. You have to play on the roam, and you have to deny any kind of verticality. The Ram being brought on board, you can see that verticality is the name of the game for the basement. There's so much able to actually open up here with a majority of the site susceptible to that verticality, and you have to make it difficult to actually do it. You have to make the attackers uncomfortable, but it's why this map does trend more towards the attacker side. However, in this matchup, feels a little defender-sided if you go by the stats so far.
I do believe you're right about that. I'm hoping to have some sort of answer here to try and shut everything down. I'd be a wee bit more worried if the spawn pick gets away with something. Shadow's still hoping to find one of these attackers. If he can, it can go really well, but it's high risk, high reward for a reason. 6-3. The early aggressive plays might be something they can use, but Thermite is now covering and going for that diffuser. Tides burning a little bit, just trying to get out of fireplace. Hopefully they have some way of finding this. The only thing I'm wondering, this 417's been integral, but they've been banning Asami. So is it just the fact that they like this gun more than the F2 on Twitch?
I think it really just depends. The F2 is a little bit more it's not as consistent, I guess. The 417 can do a lot, deals a lot of damage, deals a lot of soft destruction, as well as can deal with the Azami if left up and available. And I guess it's just, yeah, just simply a lot more consistent. But I do think that the most important thing is the fact that when there's a Goyo on the other side, when there's a Kaida on the other side, having the ability to just drive a drone in, deal with all of those gadgets, all of those utility, it just makes things significantly easier when it comes down to the execute. Nylar here on the roam, minute 15 left on the clock on extremely low HP, looking to get something done. And like I talked about, making things a little bit uncomfortable, making things a little bit difficult to deal with. But we see the drone dropping down, not quite spotting him out, I believe. A mist drone might come through. No, they do spot him. And there's a player here ready to pounce for the side of Sigvatas. It's going to take a nice shot, and a nice shot it is onto Raxo. Another nice shot onto Neeler. Can he do it all himself? Not quite able to find the third as Primin shuts him down. Finally, the reign of terror ends on such low HP. Nylar doing a fantastic job, and the shotgun able to take down Forever. A 4v2, 30 seconds left. It's all left up to the Thermite and Sophia up against the Clash. Is it going to happen? It might not, but Prim wants to say something about that. Able to find the kill onto Shadow, shuts down the Goyo. The Vector's no longer going to be a factor into this round. Prim has to win this next gunfight up against the Ward and not quite able to win it yet. Gets the... No, not quite able to find it. The shotgun wins it, and the round yet again goes to UAIM, and the fantastic start of the comeback happens.
I can feel it still going on. But again, with no room for error, you know you can't just feel safe. You have to be ahead in every fight, in every situation. UAM was able to do that. They kept that 4-3 advantage. They kept that man advantage for as long as they could. But they kept just being kicked down and down and down. I'm hoping they have a different answer to this, because right now, they need a flawless. They need to show how they can be a masterclass of this defense. You have said this rightly so, that this match has been a lot more defender-sided, especially in this setup and this map-up. So, here's my only question. 30 seconds. Do you use your timer in the end of this round to make sure that you can solidly cut this line off? I'm thinking so. You'll have a tactical timer for each map. This might be the time to use it. You've used a lot of luck up to this point.
Seconds left before insertion.
But I'm worried that Psychopathus might come back soon with showing how their tenacity, and looking at their lineup quickly. Wow. You have Ying, Dokebi,
Attackers are moving to defuse
Striker,
bomb.
and then something I didn't expect to see. Yes, we've got IQ, which of course is always unexpected. But then you've got Knock, who's an operator that if you're not prepared for, she could just sneak right in and take out your entire team.
Yeah, a little bit of an interesting setup for both of the sides. You have the IQ to try and deal with this Valkyrie and getting into the building extremely quickly, trying to deal with all of this information. You also have the Nook to deal with the information as well, just in a different capacity. Clash still being brought on board, still have that Wamai for the soft destruction, as well as the ability to deal with any kinds of nades, any kinds of flashes, as Raxo able to find Nylar. Nylar, the massive player from that previous round, going down extremely early here into this round. 2:05 left on the clock. And Forever is already in the building, creeping, trying to find something.
You're saying creeping. All I'm thinking is, how are these players gonna fight this back? They don't have a lot of options, especially in the line of, hey, if we push it, we could just be putting ourselves in a worse state. But as I'm seeing coming out for them right now, I'm very excited, because as you can see, Knock is already in the building, not even concerned. Can just completely walk through most of blue without needing any real help.
Yeah,
No
the only
defenders, no
issue-
drones, no vault cams. Go ahead. Sorry.
The only issue is the fact that the barricades and the barbed wire, it feels like UAIM knew that a Nook was coming. Everything's set up to completely deny a kind of sneaky play like this from happening, as just out of nowhere, just so much in the way, but the note getting in, able to find the first kill, and goes down, but finding two is forever. The man advantage securely in favor, and it's done and dusted. 4v1, Kefi has to do it all and can't make it happen. Sycopatas finally close it out on map 1. A beautiful job on the defense. Took a little bit of extra time, more uncomfortable than they would like, but going into map 2 of Clubhouse, Sycopatas take the victory. And my, Drago, we're in for a series here, because that was a lot closer than I would have thought after the side swap.
You're right about that. I was too busy writing notes, just trying to think of how intense that was. I almost missed it. So, the weirdest part of this entire matchup is the fact that, bar one player on the side of Sycopatas, everybody else on the side of UM had better survivability and made it to the late rounds. Even with like the odd spawn peak happening and Nylar getting taken out quite early in some rounds, or Siri for that fact as well, it always came down statistically to the fact that only a couple kills different. Kill total for the team is 44 to 44 to 40. That's 4 kills. That's all it took. And that's wild, not only for the fact of these teams were fighting tooth and nail every time, but a 7-4 split doesn't tell the full story. Neither will anything you say about KD, nothing about that. Neo may not have been the showstopper that needed to be, but he was a direct counter to Shadow every time. They are basically lined up stat for stat across this match, 3-8-1, 3-8-4. And that just kind of goes to show me that this match is nowhere near over.
Yeah, and it's just a spectacular job from UM. Great mental fortitude to mount such a close comeback, and they almost made it happen. But in the end, Sycopatas did have the advantage there going into that second half and managing to close out. But they're definitely going to be sweating, especially going into a map like Clubhouse, where things can get a little tight, a little close, and maybe they don't find the early picks that manage to get them such a massive lead in that first half. And it really is going to be just anybody's game on Clubhouse.
You know, I'm happy to hear you say that, because Clubhouse is probably one of the best ones for UAIM, not statistically speaking, but for their playstyle and skill level, especially versus a team like Sycopatas. There's only so many ways you can play it. So I wouldn't be surprised if UAIM put their heart and soul in and just take it. But it's never over siege. They have map 1 now for Sycopatas. Let's see what UAIM can do. These Ukrainian boys have been able to fight tooth and nail to make it all the way to now. I can't wait. So we're going to go to a quick break. You'll come back to our lovely faces first. Oh, hold on. The players don't want to break. Urboss, is that okay with you? We just go straight into the match too? Because it sounds like they're ready for it. Okay, we're going to take a 2-minute break because it sounds like one of the players has just said, wait, their mouse needs to be refixed. Give us 2 minutes. We'll catch you guys in a moment. We'll head into the loading in map, and then we'll just take it straight into Clubhouse. See you in a sec. And welcome back, everyone. So, just some quick, interesting news. We're going into Clubhouse. These teams are ready to fight. They've been a lot more aggressive than what we were expecting. Definitely a lot more aggressive than I was expecting. So, we go to Clubhouse very quickly on. The players are all set. We're set. Urbos, is there anything you want to say before we head into map 2?
Yeah, just want to mention UAIM. We saw them up against GK on this map last play day, and they didn't look quite coordinated enough. A lot of their executes didn't quite work out. It felt like they didn't really know how to deal with all of the utility that GK was bringing when GK was defending, and it just kind of felt a little lackluster. Hopefully, going into this next map, which the players are ready for, we can see UAIM fix these executes and be a little bit more proactive, a little quicker to get ready to go into these bomb sites. And hopefully we see something a little bit better, because I don't know about you, Drago, but I definitely want to see a border. I want to see what these two teams are bringing to the table, and I want to see some fantastic siege.
Well, definitely not about that. The only problem I have to tell you is the fact that statistically, most teams don't come to this match as much as I thought they would. Over the whole course of Voltage League, this map has been picked 14 times. 8 in the division stage, 6 in the group. This map has been banned 56 times total, meaning that nobody wanted to play this one. It's one of the most highest ban maps, top 5. And that just kind of goes to tell me that for a map like this, it's not what I was expecting. But here's a weirder statistic for you. Grim starting off at a simple ban of like a 1.2 for the attackers, and then suddenly becoming a 22.5 as the second most banned attacker at the start of this season. It's like, for some reason, everyone picked it up immediately. Like, Pro League's using it, we should be using it too. And it just started getting popped off immediately. Of course, Kai being one of the more banned operators as well, but it's wild to see this happen.
Yeah, Kai definitely making a lot of sense, especially on a map like Clubhouse where there are so many hatches and so many hard to reach positions for the attackers to actually deal with it. So makes a lot of sense. Don't want to have to deal with it. Don't want to have to be hedged into bringing certain specific operators. But speaking of certain specific operators, we have the Denari being brought on board for this basement defense for UAIM. Sikapatas going to start on the attack. So attack to finish off that first map of Chalet and going to start off on the attack on this second map. Is Clubhouse going to stick by the numbers and be as defender-sided as it normally is, which would follow the trend as both of these teams have been extremely good on the defense so far in this series?
Couldn't agree more. But as we know from this map, with UAIM, yes, they got a little bit handled by GK, but it's not a map you can count them out on. Especially, I'm sure they've learned a lot from that VOD review and their mistakes. Only problem's going to come into is how Shadow got taken down very early on by Forever and Prince next. These attackers, less than a minute into the round, 2 of the strongest defenders gone. 2 C4s off the board, only 2 left. Not what we're wanting to see, but also the fact of the attack is just pushed in so quickly. No need for Fanta pressure, no need for anything. This is proper pressure. And here comes the attack. Just going to clear as much of Garage and as much of this first 4 stock as possible. Just walk straight down, make sure to cut off any rotates. Catching a player, rotating up the staircase, but Denari has the better gun skill. Dances around through the bolts on 1 HP of a dream. Series able to get out of there and goes to a long flank, heading to the second floor. As long as he does not get caught off by one of these defenders or attackers. Oh, he's been spotted in CT, and now he's no longer safe to go for that rotate. Siri gets a second one though, making it even again to 3v3, making it a 2v3. But Rask gets the wall bang and takes him out, ending his reign. A 2v2 coming back for the clutch.
Yeah, and I mean, this round is so chaotic. It's so aggressive, continuing what we saw from map 1 on a map that we shouldn't be seeing this level of aggression. Clubhouse usually a little bit more standard, a little slower, but early into the round, I don't even know how the attackers managed to get that position to find those 2 kills, but the Denari, I highlighted it in the prep phase, able to find so many kills and just completely catching the attackers off guard. Into the 30-second mark, Rafa and Raxo, the double R's up against Kefi and Neelar on the Warden and the Tubarao. 20 seconds left. They have to drop these hatches. They have to make something happen. They have to get this case down. The clock is just bleeding away. They're rotating all the way over to blue, and they're taking damage on the backside, having to go through the Denari tripwire. Flashes are going to go out. The kills go in favor of UAIM, and it's not going to happen. They just waste so much time. No, Drago, how? How did they just bleed the clock after going down? How does a round like that get thrown? Because surely Sikapatos did something wrong to let UAIM win that.
You could say they had something wrong, but as you can quickly see here, there's going to need to be a quick rehost. So come back to our lovely faces. Give us a couple seconds. So, what went right? What went wrong? Right? They got 2 amazing early picks on the side of Sikapatos. What went wrong? He couldn't land. The Captain couldn't win the gunfight versus the Nari, and that just snowballed into the quick, and I'm going to say it, almost comical sense of, hey, we have lost complete control. We're trying to bring it back. Not that easy. So I'm going to ask you a quick question. Since that round was, let's say, interesting, do you think that's going to be indicative to the rest of this match?
I think it's definitely curious, I would say is the best phrase. Because that was the basement bomb site. That is the most bunkery, slow bomb site that there is on Clubhouse. And I mean, honestly, probably for most maps. And it turned into a chaotic mess that ended up being the slowest round we've seen in this series so far. And I think that is going to be maybe a one-off. I'm hoping that it's a one-off because I want to see cohesive rounds for these teams. I want to see them show progress in, we're going to work the map, work the utility, execute clean and concisely.
Defenders, protect your
Because
bombs.
this is only the quarterfinals. They have a massive match if they do manage to win this series to go on up against, I believe, Hanu. And Hanu is a very good team. And I want to see these teams
Attackers have discovered the
show
location of
that
the
they
bomb.
have the ability to win up against really good teams. And I don't know if we've seen that so far. Chalet was a little bit of a mess for both teams, where the fact that UAIM didn't manage to make it happen on the attack, and Sikapatos also couldn't really make it happen on the attack that effectively. So I want to see growth for these two teams on a map like Clubhouse, and hopefully we do get to see that here.
Well, I do believe you're right. I'm going to ask you a weird question because I've noticed it myself. Habana's being brought to open the Castle Barricades. Do you think it's probably a safe bet to ban the Habana? Because that's what I'm expecting the defense to do on the next part. Especially if they'd like to bring Hyde and Bandit at the same time. I'm not really sure what the attack's going to ban.
Yeah, I think it's definitely an interesting one. I don't necessarily think the Habana ban is all that worth it. I think since Sikapatos do heavily rely on an operator like Capitao, but Rafa able to find the first kill as the Thermite managing to find the opening kill on such low HP, does only have one exothermic as Neelar trying to find these kills, but no on the reload. Rafa goes in and finds the double kill. Goes into side on 1 HP, still looking for blood as the Fire managing to kill one off from both sides. The Vector able to take down a player. And a triple kill for Shadow as, my God, what a beautiful work of art from the Goyo. Raxo on the Zofia, the only one left up and available. Still has two stuns to work with, finds the first kill, dealing so much damage on Shadow. Into the 1v1, 2 stuns to work with, 1 impact to work with as well in that gadget. Able to pick up this case, just going to go on the drone, I believe. Nope, just using the drone to spot out and see if Shadow goes aggressive on this window. Not looking, Shadow able to find the kill as Shadow goes absolutely massive for UAIM.
Oh, you were not expecting that, and I doubt they were either. Especially with how their playstyle's been this match. I was kind of expecting them to be like, oh, well, we're just going to have to walk it up and try to fight it out. And that's not at all what we've seen. It was perfectly executions trying to go for the picks, but then being caught out just by masterful plays. Understanding your opponent was 50% of the game, but this time it's been 100% of the matchup. So I'm going to have to quickly ask you, from what we've seen with these teams and their playstyles, how do you think they can counteract this? Because we're now seeing the Maverick be brought on the side of the attack, but in the defense, we've got the Clash getting that 4K. Shadow finally stepping up from that last match. Fenrir, Mute, and I'm going to say this because of the fact Castle's just been kind of a slower stance for these defenders. I'm not sure what should be switched in, what should be switched out, how do they fight this out, because right now, they're playing smart, they're playing well, they're playing as a team, and I could honestly see a 7-0 from UAIM now. It's just about what the defense, what's the attack has droned. And as you can see, they've only droned Jaeger, Flash, Castle, and Mute. That means Fenrir's still hidden, and his FNAC mans can still catch off any of these attackers. And
yeah, I just
as you
want
can
to
see,
point
Darius
out,
is just going.
just want to point out that just because they haven't scanned them doesn't mean that they know that they don't know that they're there. It just means they haven't managed to get a red ping or a ping onto those onto that utility. And I just want to mention the composition that UAIM has brought on board is really, really nice here. The Clash, well, the Castle, I guess the utility was already down, so not the worst player to lose, but definitely not nice to actually lose a member so early on. But the Mute to deal with the Deimos, extremely effective, also effectively shutting down the garage walls and making it extremely difficult to actually deal with. The Clash, you see here, rotated over to deal with any potential shield operators, as well as to be a walking mirror. And then a lot of things to just come up, kind of deny utility. Ooh, through the window, not looking. Raxo takes down Siri, and down goes the Mute.
Having this be a 3v5 this early for the side of the defense is not a great start, especially with so much time left and so much like hard utility still on the table, yes. But they've got the timer now where they can just take it off bit by bit as if it's a checklist. I'm kind of hoping that this Sophia has a plan to take out this Clash so that the attack can actually push in and give them a real fight. Second wall's breached into construction. Clash is no longer safe, but now decides to drop her shield and go for the quick lane. Hopefully tries to take out this Cap Tower and might be able to try and catch off this Dokebi as well.
Yeah, as the shield able to get dropped down, not opting to go for it, just spamming, now actually going to drop it, use it like a mirror window. Shadow able to find a kill on Juneo. Surely not again, not like that first round. Surely Sycopatas don't let this one slip through their fingers. The Fire going to push this Clash back off of the shield. As Prim able to find a kill onto Kepi. Prim has been so extremely good as just waiting behind this castle barricade. No, not quite able to land the shots and goes down. No, a disaster for the Clash. It's all left up to Neelar, not even able to find one as Raxo shuts them down. and stopping the bleeding has Sikapatos done.
Now it's a 2-1, so you know the fight is on our hands. Sycopaths do not want to see map 3, but UAM need to. If they even get a hint at border, it's gonna be rough. Sycopaths is hopefully trying to plan away what they need to take away, whether that be the clash or the, I'm gonna say castle, just because of how much he slowed them down. We're gonna have to wait and see which operator it is. It's Bandit. They'd rather get rid of their electricity, while the defense
and
get rid
like
of
you
Habana.
mentioned, yeah, like you mentioned, Habana going to the wayside. A little bit interesting. I don't feel like it was super impactful, especially with the fact that Sikapatos absolutely loved the Capitao. I feel like it might have been a pretty good ban, but UAM has been fairly happy to bring the Jaeger to actually deal with it. Not this round, however, on this basement. Definitely a lot of other operators that they feel are more impactful, like the Denari, like that first round. Denari had such a massive impact, both with the utility and dealing so much damage to that player rotating down blue, as well as with the gun, able to find 3 and make that round actually winnable after such a horrid start to the round.
Well, I do believe you're right about that. Here's the only problem that I'm currently having. Looking at how their playstyle's been this past match,
5 seconds remaining.
if UM can run away with their momentum, get into the groove of it, they're stronger on their defensive half. So bringing the new operator Denari as well kind of goes to show that they're willing to experiment, that they feel comfortable enough where it's like, hey, even if we're not 100% what we're doing with this new operator, they'll be able to kind of make up for it. Only problem is, Striker's got someone's number, knows he can catch off one of these players trying to rotate back down staircase, but Capta's already in, watching that blue stairwell.
Yeah, and such a slow round start to this round so far. Complete 180 from the way that this round started last time, because already we would have seen 2 players being down and out in that first round. Have a waiting shotgun here for Shadow has been really, really effective. 5-1 so far since that rehost, since that first round, as I believe series on 4-2 roughly, so pretty high up there as well. And drones just going around, seeing what they can see.
Well, you're right about that. This is probably the best time to make their decision and their choice. If they try to hopefully push down, catch off one of these players, oh, just a quick server hiccup, and that's going to be enough for Nascas to get gnarly, though. Taking out that 2-brow perfectly, leaving a team in a 4v5, making it a little bit easier to push without much risk. But with a lot of C4s and still in the pockets of the surviving defenders, you can't just blindly push. Hopefully they'll be able to catch off one of these defenders with a C4. If not, Mute's just going to have to wait here, and Shadow's going to have to make his mark this match.
Yeah, coming down to the minute mark. Down a member is UM. Gonna see if they can manage to clutch this one out and make something happen. The Mira window proving to be extremely effective in just guaranteeing information here for Shadow to work with. Still has that shotgun. If anybody does approach and disrespects that Mira window, could find a face full of pellets and go down, as the 417 not quite able to connect, as they're opting to actually reinforce this one off. 30 seconds left yet again. Sikapatos finding another kill, going for the trade. Rafa finding another trade, and he's quickly into the 4v2, make that a 4v1 as Rafa gets a double kill and Prim finds the final one. Pretty handedly concise and convincing round there out of Sikapatos, that maybe they would have been hoping that the first round would have went very similar way.
Well, it's a 2-2. It's equal now. That's what we wanted to see, a true fight. We're going to Jim bedroom. I'm going to ask you really quick, just because of the fact of where we've seen these teams play out,
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
do you
defused
think
by
we'll go to
attackers.
overtime on this map?
I don't know. I guess it kind of just depends on the side swap. I think that both of these teams have been fairly even
Located by attack.
for the attack and defense so far, but anything can happen on the side swap because this map is supposed to be more defender sided, and we have yet to see the defense get out to a significant advantage. 2 rounds for UAIM, then 2 rounds for Sikapatas. Not going to see the basement going for this time around. Going to see this gym bedroom bomb site being opted into, and if UAIM manage to secure it, maybe we go back down to that basement bomb site that the defense usually has a pretty
Attackers
decent
are
time
heading
on.
out to defuse a bomb.
Well, I hope you're right about that, especially for the fact that, as we can see it, these defenders are set up tight knit and ready and waiting. Only problem I'm seeing is the fact that the attack looks like they have a rush, like I'm not gonna say rush setup, but a brash setup. Like they're hoping to catch off some of these defenders with the amount of utility they're planning to throw at them, especially that Ying, Blitz, none of them being tracked or spotted, but losing Rora so early as well. A beautiful shot coming out from that Vector on Goyo, just winning the gunfight. But losing it such a strong operator so early, it's not what they wanted, because I'm pretty sure the plan was to shut in, shut out, and go for gym bedroom, just go for the plant. That is no longer an option now. They have to fight tooth and nail and try to cover the teammate to go for the plant. But it sneaks into kitchen, hopefully trying to not get caught by anyone hiding off in corners. There's no drone to be able to cover them. It's all down to the sneaky steps of the splits working like a knock.
Yeah, and that early kill going over to Shadow. Shadow has been insane this map so far, especially on that Goyo. Last time around, we saw Shadow have an insane play from the same exact position. Can Shadow do it again, or will Sikapatas manage to shut him down? The Blitz already pushed up close into the side, going aggressive, able to get the flash, but not quite able to find the kill just yet. Able to down the Fenrir, and eventually going to be able to secure that kill as the Fire able to take down one. It's all going in favor of Sikapatas, 4-1 on the kill score. And it's all left up to the clash of Siri. This hole hard a little bit just to get to as that case starts to go down. Getting pushed. Ooh, a nice shot there. A little bit of damage. Not quite able to find the finish, however. As a kill, a team kill from Rafa as Rafa secures it onto Siri. As Sikapatas managed to find another one and take the lead for the first time of this map.
That's exactly what they needed. If they want to shut this match down, they need to get that round count ahead of time, get that man count, and just take it away early. Problem is, they're still losing people in unfortunate ways. Hopefully, they can start playing it safe at the start and then execute their plan efficiently as they've been showing us they can. 3-2 split. If they can get a 4-2 split on their attack, especially for this map, that can go huge. As I've said before, Clubhouse is inherently an even split map, but it tests your base qualities of how well you can play Rainbow Six. You can't adapt because every playstyle is almost exactly the same. There's only so many points of entry, so they have to think this through wisely. And for now, as we can see with our kitchen cam, there's so much roaming that has to be done just to hopefully try and set up. They're hoping to get top floor rooms, get any sort
5
of,
seconds to insertion.
let's say, distraction, phantom pressure, cause the attack to slow down even further without having to use that castle barricade. And it's going to probably work. They're using Denari in an excellent fashion. I'm just waiting to see how they can utilize it to close off more angles.
Yeah, and the Twitch being brought on board to try and deal with these mirror windows that have been very impactful so far. UAIM looking to hopefully close this one out, or are we going to get a Sikapatas 4-2 and show that Chalet is, well, not attacker-sided, and in fact goes against the stats and ends up being defender-sided, and is Clubhouse going to show that it is attacker-sided going against the stats, whereas it should be defender-sided? Do the stats just lie to us?
Never trust numbers, only trust the things beating in your chest. Because right now, these attackers are trying to set up for any sort of catch-off. If they can catch Shadow off on the control stairs, or on central stairs, or vice versa. Because right now, They know there's a player watching the staircase. They can hopefully catch off somebody. They know Sight's not there. They know Sight's in the basement. They've already wasted a minute just trying to get into the building safely and cut off angles. But as you can see from Shadow's small little pixel peek, staying alive, not going to be able to get spotted by him, but he can hopefully push down and get the pick.
Yeah, Shadow just falling back. Minute 30 on the clock, able to get rid of a drone, but heard that breach charge go off, which means have to fall back, have to give up the space, have to fall back to the mirror windows. Raxo able to find a kill onto Neelar. Yet again, first kill on this basement defense goes over to the side of Sycopatos. First round didn't go their way. Not the last time they played it did go their way. As the push comes through, the Nitro able to find a kill. As it, no, you can't. No, he just couldn't find the right keybinds to place down the breach, and it ends up being the end of his time in this round. Goes down, and man advantage in favor of UAIM, and an absolute blunder from Prim, where we've seen Prim be so decisive and able to make such massive impact. This time the impact is not for the benefit of his squad. Going into the 30-second mark, it seems like the executes are always late on this basement bomb site for the side of Sycopatos, and they have a lot of uphill work to make happen. Not quite spotting out that player, but aware that a player could be playing over toward the AKs. Just going to knife out, not quite ready for the player playing in Moto, and goes down to the mute as a triple kill in the round for Kepi, is Forever able to find one, but there's just no time left. As Forever just going to sit and wait and bleed out the clock. Tie game going into the second half as UAIM even it up.
I keep fighting myself because it's the 3-3 split now. Bans have been cleared. We're going into round 7. But this team just keeps making my heart beat like a drum. It looks like you're going to have to come back to our faces real quick, as this is just a quick pause. So, let me give you a quick rundown of what I've just seen happen. I've just seen fight after fight after fight after fight, not being able to shut things down, not being able to select stuff, just... my brain is trying to fight it. There's one more round that could decide whether their team has an advantage or disadvantage, because that will set the pacing for the rest of the rounds. There's only really 4 mistake rounds you can make if we don't go to OT. If we do go to OT, throw that in the bin, go for fights, just try to win, try any shots you can, because you want to be the team to take this away, especially inside of Sycopatos, who have 1 game up. If we go to the 3rd map, which is Border, early aggression, any team with stamina could easily win this. Urbos, I'm going to ask you real quick, because we had that quick round as a heads up, just a quick problem. So,
Attackers need
I'm
to
gonna
locate and defuse bombs.
how does this get stopped? How does this start?
Yeah, UAIM just off screen able to find the first round of their attack, and for the side of Sycopatos, going back to this basement bomb site, and they really need to make something happen, because you should be winning this basement. You should be making things happen, where I feel like this is going to Border. Low-key, I feel like this is going to Border. I think that UAIM has the ability. They've looked so much better in this map, so much more consistent in this map, and I don't know about you, but I feel like we definitely deserve a Border here.
We do deserve a Border, and I need to see spawn peaks for days, because right now, this team isn't playing how we'd normally see it from Seiko or UAIM. They're trying to open up things as quick as possible, and as you can see from that Castle Barricade, closing up that bar site. I'm just trying to think of how to play this, because they've got this man, they know where he is, but they don't have the angles to catch him off guard, and I'm pretty sure they haven't seen the mute jump out. No, the call out did come out just in time. Beautiful shots from Kafa. He's fed up with how the last round went on Chalet, but here's another quick tag, especially losing the player in Garage. That is him gone. Him taken off the board by Smith. It looks like UM just woke up when we weren't watching.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Ooh, looking for the gunfight, not quite able to find the shots though, as 2 kills have gone over to the side of UAIM, and almost another goes their way as the castle barricade just blocking any progression, but Rafa goes down. Kefi able to find the kill. Raxo does manage to find the trade onto Kefi though. So it is going to be a 4v2, still doable here for the side of Sycopatos, but they need to be aggressive. They need to find this space and this room to find these kills, because if they just let UM set up, drone them out, get ready for the execute, then they will just fall. So it looks like Neo going for this peak here, might be able to find this kill, but this player holding the peaks miss, waiting and ready to find this kill, and no, hits the smoke canister as the flank going to come through here from another player, as just a lot of chaos happening, and Smith wins the gunfight and then drops down. Neo on an island with everything to do here. Has the pistol out, not quite able to find it, looking for the reload. We've seen things happen with this Vector that are just ungodly, but I don't know if it's going to happen in this round. Completely blind from the Yin Candelas. 3 of them find the eyes of the Goyo, and the rotate having to go through these castle barricades. There's just no time with the case down this web, going to be there but not having an impact on the round as the shots come through. Gonna find the case and just gonna sit on top of it and then die as Siri finds the final kill of the round, as UAIM looking so strong here.
Well, as for round 7, I do have a quick update on what happened. I just DM'd the admin and they've informed me that basically midway through the start of the prep phase, UAIM and Sicko Patas had a quick issue where half the teammates of Sicko actually DC'd. Only 1 player was left standing. They chose to just take the fight, lose it, and UAIM take the 1. But again, they tried to make it respectfully. We just have to accept that as the loss. We don't really know why they chosen to do it, but that's how they wanted it. We've got 3-5 now split. UAIM are kind of running away from this, and it's kind of good to see that, because right now we're seeing the opposites for the map picks. In the case of Chalet, it was UAIM's pick, and in the case of this one, it's actually Sycopatas' pick, and they're losing it. Which seems to be some sort of a theme with these players right now. They can't win their own map picks, and they're trying to fight it out nice and early.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, I would have to imagine that in that round, the round happened to start, and because they were DCs in the middle of the round, you just have to play it out, and unlucky, just don't DC, I guess. Really unfortunate for the side of Sycopatas that basically it's a free round loss for them, but UAIM looking extremely strong, so it might not even matter in the end if UAIM do manage to close this out pretty easily. So for the side of Sycopatas, they are going up to the gym bedroom, not going to opt to go back downstairs to that basement bomb site, and going to try to hold on to this CCTV cache side and just try and slow down the attackers and make them uncomfortable.
I do believe you're right with that. But there's something else I'm more worried about right now. With all this utility being destroyed, and the fact that the bans have been Ace Thermite, meaning Habana is the last hard breach standing, well, besides Maverick, of course. They're trying to make sure they can get into this garage side, into this jacuzzi side wall, and if they can get away with it, it could be very important, because that means she's got a lot of pellets to the left to destroy any other castle barricades up, and I do believe there's only 2 left. And we also have a scope, so we can be teleporting back and forth to try and cover any angles.
Yeah, and some beautiful work there with the Habana to trick the wall. Then comes the Flores to rip it apart. As really nice work there to get that open. As we see the shotgun on the Hibana. A little bit interesting there. Mute Jammer, we hear that. Going to be able to deny the mirror window, or rather, there is no mirror. What would have been a mirror window on that wall, but not going to be able to quite open that one up just yet. As a lot of damage there on to Kefi, as a beautiful pre-fire there from the side of Sycopatas to deal a little bit of damage, as under the minute mark here, as such a slow start to this round. All of the control over to the side of Sycopatas, and UAIM just going to opt in for the jacuzzi push. Going to throw the flashes in, smokes if they have it, which they do on Shadow. And just going to try to push in, get this case down, and make something happen as Forever goes down early to Smith. Smith has been so fantastic in this series so far. On to the red stairs. Going up with the flank from the Scopos, able to take him down. Siri with the shotgun, able to find one on Teneo. Some man advantage still in favor of UAIM, as it is going to get even up by Raxo and then taken by Raxo. But no, the kills going to UAIM as the double swing comes through. It's all going to be left up the prim, and so many gridlock stingers to go through in the round. What looked to be a Sycopatas round goes in favor of UAIM, and map points in this second map is going to UAIM.
This is the penultimate round. As I like to say it, it's never over till Gridlock starts singing, but Gridlock put her foot down that round, made sure that she was there for her team to back up and take as many gunfights as physically possible, leaving us with our final bans of this match. Hopefully, these can be the right bans to secure UAIM's victory. We have Grim and Asami. I don't really see Grim as being too much of an integral part right now, because he was brought in that last round. Yes, he cut off the angles. But the Asami, with how strong she can be in Gym Bedroom, I think that was just preemptive. And again, same with Grim. Make sure to shout out the best operators they could possibly have for plant strat, or just to hold off any angles in defense if they try to push through rafters. So the only questions to come, you still have a castle donutting the entire match, including Rafa. Well, yes, there's a small disconnect early in the rounds due to the fact of the mid-round, but it's never over just because it seems low. Looking at how their statistics have been, looking at how they've been playing, I can tell you, these guys did not want to lose this, and they're probably never going to stop.
Yeah, and Raxo just sitting on the cams, trying to find information for his team as to where these drones are and spot them out. Definitely a nice little piece of work there that you can use to spot out where the enemy team might be spawning, maybe where they think they're going to be pushing from, as any information that you can garner in that prep phase can definitely help to where you want to set things up, as this beautiful work there to actually place the bandit battery on the other side of that wall can actually electrify the wall that it's next to and make it a little confusing for the attackers to deal with. As we see the Capital just going to be able to open up that construction wall and see that the bandit battery is going to get eliminated here by the Flores. Beautiful work here from the side of UAIM.
Yeah, no matter about that, it's perfect for the fact that I need to breach it. The only problem is that countdown's not enough time. Luckily, they were able to EMP the MP. Oh, quick run out almost takes out of his head. That's that Scopos using that teleporting body to get back. And now look, full HP again. No need to worry about it. Nobody was able to cut off the Scopos' angle or the retreat. And that body's still over there if nobody takes it out. And that's likely not going to be a problem for them. As you can see, still there. They're not even going to have to worry about it. They're just going to think it's a regular person running back. But as I can say, they did get the wall. That wall is now finally opened up. They have their way in. Same as the first round, but it's not over yet. It's a minute and a half left. Scopo's still there causing more havoc and drama. just distracting these attackers, switching back to his other body, and now coming upstairs. If he can catch somebody on this flank, it can go huge. Tigrepatos need to win this round to keep themselves in it. What do you think of
Yeah.
Scopus teleporting here?
Yeah, and the Scopus is just going to use that clone as a makeshift bulletproof camera and just be ready to maybe go for a late flank. But on such low HP, I'm not entirely sure if that's the body you want. It's Prim, no, able to find the run out and find the kill on the Siri. The Hibana going down, 40 seconds on the clock. Forever finds one on to Smith, and beautiful job there from Prim to actually manage to make something happen, cause some chaos, make it uncomfortable. But Neelar wants to change that up, finds a kill on to Rafa, and they manage to find the kill onto the shotgun of the Mute there. And this round, Prim has to make something happen, finds one, Forever goes down. It's into a 2v2. How has it even gone to this position? As Kefi managing to find one onto Raxo. No way does UA manage to make this happen. Case going down. Prim, the only one left, the one that started this off, and so much damage from the explosion. Kefi secures the kill, and in absolute robbery, UA managed to win that round and win that map. We are going to border, ladies and gentlemen. My God, what a beautiful job from UA to bounce back after map 1.
I was not expecting that. No matter how you see it, it's very difficult to accept for these teams. So, only thing I can say is, are you ready to go to map 3? We head to
see
border.
In these replays as just a lot of gunfights here, a lot of chaos, a lot of things happening, and just wow.
Ooh. It's exactly what I needed to see. And as you can see from all the highlights, some great kills. Just very strange at the end there. That scope post teleporting back and forth. This is why people thought that operator was going to be so broken. Because I thought, oh, if you make it silent, if you can catch people off guard, if it's so late into the round, you get that pick, such as losing that Habana who's going to be covering the man count and go for the bush, it can go so well. What operator do you think is going to be the next ban set?
On border can definitely be a lot of things. I think shields are definitely super impactful. Might see some shield bans. Definitely should be seeing a zombie ban, maybe a grim ban on the third ban. But really, it can be anything. And we see in this replay, oh, the absolute horror from Prim. Just misclicking, maybe. I'm not entirely sure what was happening there, but definitely didn't want to pull out the breach charge, then shoot the ground, then pull it back out, then shoot the ground again. And I mean, just a beautiful job from UAIM to collect themselves and manage to make something happen out of Clubhouse, because it was such a stark contrast, this map, this series, and then go back and look at their match up against DK when they played this map. It's just completely night and day difference between the 2 days.
You have no idea. From what I was seeing and what we were all seeing, UN showed us what we needed to see, that they're still in it for the fight. It's not going to be an easy 2-0, and that's what we want to see. So,
Yeah.
we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, give the players some time to rest, let us get set up for the next match on border, and hopefully, and I mean this in the best way possible, see some intense, aggressive, and great plays. Urbos, anything you want to say before we head to break?
Yeah, I'm just really excited to get into border.
Okay, let's head to border then. So, we'll catch you guys in a sec.
I keep believing when all the lights begin to fade. What is this feeling? Like you were never far away. Maybe you're the only reason when I'm wide awake and dreaming.
Welcome
after
back.
ribbing, no, I said I was taking it. I'm not letting a man who calls biscuits, cookies, crisps, and so on just wind me up for the last 10 minutes. The players are ready. We're going into border. It's going to be an exciting matchup. Just some quick statistics, quick things from last match as well to be going over. So, survival rates for these teams, yes, there's a little bit of weird hiccups. Almost 30 to 40%, and that's like 20% higher than that first map. People were lasting and living longer. They weren't able to shut down the kills. So, the KD stats are a little bit more difficult, being similar to 1, 2s, but you still have Kefa and Rask just showing up for the team every time. And that worked out amazingly for them. So, now, Urbos, I'll let you lead us in.
And into border, we've seen aggression all throughout the first two maps. Definitely do not expect it to stop here. And on a map that definitely plays a lot similar to Chalet, I would expect Signitas to have a little bit of an advantage here going into this one. But off the back of a very impressive performance on Clubhouse by UAIM, anything can happen.
Oh, you're definitely right about that. Sam and Grim being banned exactly the same round and exactly the same time, starting similarly to the last couple maps. I'm hoping these bans will lead us into a different story. Castle and Blitz, meaning no slowdown, no straight flash rushes, unless you bring Ying. It's border. Tell me a little bit about how you see it.
Yeah, border, definitely a map where you see aggression, you see speed, you see spawn peaks, you see all of these really, really long horizontal angles. Verticality isn't necessarily as impactful, but it definitely can be on those bottom two bomb sites on the first floor. And you see a lot of roaming. There's a lot of horizontal play that we will see throughout this match, and it's going to be interesting to see exactly how these two teams end up in this match.
I do believe you're right about that, and I'm hoping you can be right about a couple other things as well. Right now, Sigurd Patterson and UAIM are trying their best to get that foothold into this map. Do you see Border as attack favored or defender favored?
5 seconds.
Just personally.
It definitely can be attack favored, but it also can be defender favored. It really just depends on how aggressive that the defense can be. If you can be suffocating and not let the attack be comfortable, not let them get in the map effectively, then you can kind of shut them down. Already we see the Twitch drone being fairly effective, able to shut down one piece of utility as Prim, able to find the opening kill, and already we can see the attackers able to win out the battle of the spawn peaks, able to shut it down, able to get this opening, to be able to get up to the building, get inside the building, and this is really what this map is about. Can you get in the building as the attackers, and can you stop them as the defenders?
Oh, I hope so, especially with a start like this. They're going to have to try and force their way through. None of these defenders letting anything slide. F-Not Mine goes off and smoke in your face. Monty and Smoke being the legendary battle that they've always been. Trying to push him out of the way. Captain Smoke just barely distracting him enough where Monty can go for the kill. That's that aggressive Monty play, just barely giving away. And taking a little bit of chip damage onto Warden and vice versa. But for now, you have the Zarudi here holding the long angle, hopefully trying to get the cross. But Jaeger's taking a lot of damage in break room, and he loses his life to Deimos. That means there's only 2 defenders left, neither of them on site. You have to try to push in and try to take as much pressure and as much of this reach as possible. Deimos now hunting. He will be the next ban, I'm calling it now.
Yeah, and the Deimos getting the track, and the hatch drop comes through. Prim wasn't as effective in that map too, but already proving to be an absolute menace. The Deimos pairing up with all of this aggression definitely suits the playstyle of Signitas so far. Triple kill in round 1. Will Prim be the highlight player of this series? Definitely looking like it so far.
I do believe you're right about that. The only thing I've got to worry about right now is, are they going to be able to rise to the occasion? They've set the precedent, but
Defenders,
they
protect
need
your
to
bombs
set
from
that
being
foothold.
used by attackers.
Hopefully, they know what their plan is. They need to know how to shut things down, how to start things up, but also how to give the right call out here because they can't leave themselves
Attackers
too
have
much in the
discovered
way of,
location the
oh,
bomb.
I don't know what to do. This is where the call outs are necessary. You need to be able to tell your teammate of what your plan is, how to solve it, and hopefully, in a way, give them the information they need to give this call out and get that run out. I'm wondering two things, and you probably can correct me. Out of all three maps that they've played, have you ever
seconds remaining.
shown any sense of changing up their strategy very much? Because this might be the most we've seen of different operators this time around.
Attackers are
Yeah,
heading out
you
to secure
aim
the bomb.
swapping it up. Usually, you tend to see teams if they lose the bomb site, they go to the next in the rotation, and on and on and on. And the spawn peak not quite able to connect. As Kefi on the Valk, not quite able to find that opening kill, but looking again, really nice crosshair placement there. Just comes with practice and knowledge on this map to be able to find the right spot to look at the edge of that air conditioning unit. But in the end, doesn't work out because that player was indeed still behind the air conditioning unit. And like you mentioned, this is probably the most we've seen UAIM swap things up in terms of the operator lineup, but I think that really just kind of trends towards you're on border, you're on a different bomb site. All of these bomb sites play out very differently in terms of what you want to bring. And Nelar already changing it up and getting the first blood in this second round. Might be able to see UAIM bounce back very quickly as Raxo gets dropped. This Twitch drone just trying to look and hunt down utility and hunt down exactly where these players find themselves as the Monty yet again battle Monty as Prim finds another kill in this second round and going for blood as being so aggressive, being so impressive in these rounds. But this C4 able to find one, Prim found another. Forever also finds one in what looked like a surefire round for UAIM. Now is even up into this 2v2 situation, still with Raxo down, just bleeding out on the floor. Not sure if they'll be able to pick him up. Not sure if they even want to go and search for that as they want to keep the gas down, the foot on the pedal, so to speak, and looking for these kills. Prim, with this pistol out, might be able to spot out one of these players, has both of them available to track, still has two in pocket left to use. Going to opt to use this one as Smith gets his kill on that downed player as the hatch drop going to come through, spotted out by Prim. Lots of damage done on to the Ella. Two players left on both of these sides. Rax on low HP, Smith's on low HP as well. Not going to be able to go through that wall as it is completely barricaded off, reinforced off as Raxo on the hatch, going to try and lend support here as the scan comes out, the gunfire comes through, and Brim takes a little bit of damage here. Nade gonna come out, try and get rid of that wall to make it a little bit easier as the nade finds him. Brim with a triple kill in back-to-back rounds as Raxo's going to hear those gunshots. They know this player is in bathroom underneath that hatch. The drop comes through as the fire comes through as well. It might just burn out Smith. There's nowhere to go as Smith burns, and Raxo finds the kill as Sick Batas with what a bounce back in that round to be able to find it after dropping two players early on.
Just barely losing your toes to the flames. It was just a little bit too hot in the fire there. So I had to take a lie down, go to a nap. But now we gotta make our way through this. Seiko Patas versus UM has been an amazing match so far, going all the way to 3 maps, just like the previous game. And I'm gonna say, every time I see these people fighting tooth and nail to get that victory, it gives me a good sense of, hey, I might go play ranked after this. And I'm sure a lot of people in the chat will too. So, make sure, take the right response, look at your operators, strategize just as well as you guys. Place the right rotation holes, learn from what you're seeing in these matches. The setups, the utility, the lineup. There's 46 operators in this game. All of them are viable.
10 seconds
Just
left
have to
before
use it
insertion.
in the right way. And with a double Jaeger setup for an ADS, so Rooney gets closing up the main entryway into A. And hopefully this Fenrir maybe getting a run out skill could change how a round starts off quite well.
Yeah, and eyes all on Prim, looking to continue the absolute atrocities that he's committing against UAIM. And for the side of UAIM, they need to be able to shut him down. They still have not brought the mute, which is one of the biggest counters to the Deimos, as a battle sledge here with the shotgun. No skin on that shotgun either. It gets put down by Smiths, and a little bit of a questionable level of aggression there from the sledge. And that's going to be 2 nades completely gone and wasted, as well. Or, yeah, 2 nades gone and wasted, as well as a operator that can provide some soft destruction.
I can say that was definitely not where the plan was meant to go. Sadly, he did lose his life in the end, but he got into sight. He was able to give his teammates a bit of information about who's there, who's not. But as you can see from losing the Monty very early when he got pushed back, this Rooney is going to be their biggest stopping point. It has shut them down twice and kept them out. Warden and Smoke both trying to keep this east staircase alive and keep it in their control for now. It doesn't last long, especially when there's a Deimos downstairs, gets the flank and takes out the Warden. The college should have come out to Smoke by now. He's going to have to move from the Capital Fire, but he doesn't have a lot of safe options. The Fire's going to win. 2 flame bolts are enough to take you out if you're stuck in a corner, and that's exactly where he was.
Yeah, and Smith's got spoon-fed pretty early on into this round. 2 kills for free, but Prim is just ripping heads off of these defenders with this gun, with this pistol. It's just an absolute menace. I believe after this round, you are right. The Deimos is not going to see the rest of this map, as Prim is just an absolute maestro with this operator. As, I mean, UAIM just completely on the back foot here. What went from a 5v3 advantage quickly into a 3v2 advantage for the side of Sycopathos. And, I mean, it's going to be up to Smiths and Shadow. Can Smiths manage to find the ace here? Can he manage to make something happen? There's a lot of damage coming through, but Raxo finds Shadow. It's going to have to be the ace clutch here if they want to make it happen for him. Drops and falls to the floor. I'm not entirely sure what dropped him, as the smoke bolts come through here for the Capitao. Prim is going to get picked up. A close engagement here for the Rooney. Not going to win as Raxo falls the Rooney. And another round, 3 in a row for the side of Sycopathos.
I've got to say, Sycopathos might just run out of 7-0, but it's never over. As I've seen before, they can get that 3-man leeway, 3 round ahead, and UAIM are going to come back hard. There's been times it's been very close and they've just barely lost out, whether just due to gun skill, man count, or not having that operator. Let's see if this ban was the right choice. They lose Fenrir and Deimos. Fenrir, the one who caught out the sledge on his sneaky roam last time, almost giving UAIM the round. So I think that's probably the best choice to get rid of some of the gadgets that are very, I'm going to say, situational. But there's also Melusi who does a similar job. But now, we're just going to have to head straight into it. We're going to our map again. I'm going to ask you a question. How well do you know Workshop? How much do you like this site?
I think this map is definitely interesting. I think that it does tend to lean towards gunfights, and I definitely enjoy taking gunfights in Siege. So I think that it's a pretty fun map. I think that a lot of people don't necessarily know how to play it very effectively, especially in ranked, but in competitive, in pro Siege, it's definitely an interesting one that can offer up a lot of exciting gameplay.
All right, I can understand that. But what I can't understand right now is if you're going with a 3-man upstairs split and then you have 3 people on site, don't you normally want to have some sort of trap operator to try and hold that front entrance? Because if I was Sicko, I'd be prepared for just a rush play. And I don't think these guys on New Aim are prepared for that. They've closed up as much as possible, keeping everything closed with a barricade, opening it as quickly as possible. Claymore's out. You cannot get away with anything quick or easy. But at this point, you might be able to get away with a quick window jump in, think a boost, go for the plant, and it all starts off. Which, with a team like this, it looks like that's going to be the case. Smoke off above, no angles. Heffa does get the Marine person at entrance, and that's the diffuser down. Having lost the diffuser so quickly, and Shadow's able to give so much intel. Siri is waiting on the other side. Just in case anyone does try to jump in B, they have lost everything they tried to set up. Rafa, though, equalizing it, taking out the Legion. To be honest, losing the Legion compared to losing a Monty, I think I would take losing the Legion.
Yeah, and that goes to show why rush plans don't typically work on a bomb site like this and why you don't really need those trap operators. Because you have verticality, but when you have the guns that are on the side of Sycopatas, you can just take those gunfights at a losing man advantage. And they manage to secure the man advantage anyways. Smith does manage to find a kill, Forever going for that case drop, but opting against a Shadow, able to find a kill. Smith goes down on the other side. Raxo able to pick that one up. And it's into the 2v1 up to Prim and Raxo, both on 7 kills and 0 deaths. Can Shadow make them find the frailty of man? Because it's going to take a death on either of them, their first deaths, to secure this round for the side of UAIM in what looks to be a very decisive, clean first half for the side of Sycopatas. With this new pistol out for the Pulse, can he make it happen? There's still 50 seconds left. So much time for Sycopatas to work with here. As UAIM, they need Shadow to clutch up here. They need something to hold on to going into the rest of this map, because if they just let this fade away, if they just let this turn into dust, they will see their dreams of this tournament just disappearing. The C4 not quite able to find the kill, dealing so much damage. However, the headshot's not going to be found as for him. Still on a tear, still on 0 deaths, able to find the round, and Sycopatas go up 4-0.
So, UM's best chances here is a 4-2 split for their own defensive half on this map. That is not the state you want to be in, but it's not a state you can accept lightly. I'm hoping that they have a better answer for this, because losing that Deimos hasn't hurt Sycopatas as much as UM wanted it to, but it's also not giving them a lot of free leeway in what they had expected themselves. This is why bans are so important. Yes, you can do comfort bans. Yes, you can try and ban operators that you think are problematic. But if your head's not in the game and your heart's not there as well, you could lose it all. And now, I would have probably thought the Iruni ban might have been better than Fenrir, but we'll just have to wait and see. Inside of UAIM, I'm thinking 2 massive things that could change this right now. Denari, the new operator being brought, maybe to cut off any of this drone rotate hold, make sure they don't have the same information game that they've been using. And don't challenge every gunfight you see, because right now they're losing a lot of them very quickly.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think the thought process behind the Fenrir ban is the fact that Fenrir is just really annoying on this map, whereas Iruni, you can kind of deal with it a little bit easier. Yes, it's a fantastic weapon, and yes, it makes you burn utility, but when you're bringing so much of it, it just is a lot easier to deal with than a gadget that you can't see. You put it in a spot that's a little bit more difficult to deal with, and it can make things a little bit difficult to actually push in and be aggressive, which Sycopatas has done an excellent job of being aggressive and finding these gunfights that they have just won every single time. Like this, Rafa jumps in, finds a kill. Siri, yes, finds one on Teneo, but Rafa finds another one. Man advantage here for Sycopatas so extremely early into the round, and Sycopatas have been so fantastic at it. Forever does end up falling, but you still have Prim left up and available as Kefi does take down Raxo, handing him his first death in this map. 3v2 man advantage reclaimed for the side of UAIM, as Sycopatas have bounced back from a man deficit so many times in this map so far. Can they manage to do it again, or can UAIM find a hold a foothold into this map.
Well, they're going to have to, because a 3v2 is not the situation Psychopaths want to be in. But UAM are already in a 4-round deficit, and right now, it seems almost like he can catch it. Just barely sees Kef's gun. Here's the call. It gets the kill, leaving it as a 3v1. They don't have what they need. Dokevi needs to make sure that she can not only give the call-outs for her team, hopefully get this early pick, take an advantage, isolate those 1v1s, and try to get the lead. But no, Kef is there on yellow stairs, on east there, sorry, and wins the fight.
Yeah, Prim finally falling in this round, was on such a tear before that. Raxo as well, both finding their first deaths, UAM finding their first round. And is it going to be a question of too little, too late? Because Psychopaths have all of the momentum. They have all of the rounds minus that last one. And on a map that can swing either side depending on momentum, it's just not enough in this defensive half for UAM. They started so slow, and they need to be able to claw this one back. They need to be able to fight back like they did on Chalet, but do even more so, because if they don't manage to secure this next round, then you would have to imagine that this series is just over. But like you so mentioned, until Gridlock sings, it's not over, but it's definitely in dire straits here for the side of UAM.
New camera feed activated.
Oh, you're right about that. But UAM are clawing back, and I've never seen these guys as one team to drop off completely. 4-1 split. Hopefully, this is where they've woken up enough that they know to fight it out. Their attack is about to start. They need to win this, give themselves a 4-2 chance, and then fight it. Because that leaves them 2 rounds of leeway, which that means they can still learn from their own mistakes of how Psychopaths, actually defend. But if they go to 5-1, that means 1 round for learning, everything else is to lose.
Oh, and
So,
Forever
Forever
goes
getting
down.
downed. Plant's also going down as well. Mari jumps into the top window, gets the kill on Smith, but Smith got the kill on Tamaru, and leaving it as a 4v3. Rooney being the last one trying to stand up with Siri, gassing out the doors and trying to make sure that they can hopefully push in, becoming a 4-2 split very early on. Forever trying his best to try and get the Plant, but the Plant won't go down. They know there's too many angles. There's no way to keep the door safe. Got to shut it down, make sure to clear the top floor.
Yeah, the smoke being able to completely nullify that plant. Oh, the swing, it's just perfectly timed. No, how do you lose that? Rafa, triple kill in the round, brings it into a 4v1 Milar. You are surely done. They know where you are. They have every angle. Forever takes down Rafa with a nade. Beautiful nade work there. There's nothing here for the Aruni to do. A punch would definitely help try and get rid of this Montaigne, but no, it's just Hell in a Cell going down to the class, and it is surely done here. 5-1. They managed to make it happen on Chalet. Will they be able to close it out here on Border?
Not yet. The bans haven't come through yet. We haven't seen UAM's attack strategy. They might have everything just waiting for their attack. They might have just been playing it safe, giving the entertainment game of a lifetime. They wanted to be in this final so hard. They fought tooth and nail to become it. So I believe they can do it. Monty and Asami are being banned out. So no secret plant strats, no quick site changes. It's all going to come down to this ban before we head into the next round of whether it's a 7-1, a 6-1, or an 8-1, or 8-7. But we don't know because it's never over. We've had a very, I'm going to say this, both matches came down to the map picks and how they were played. 7-4 and a 7-3. This match, I don't see it going any other differently. I see it going to either OT or being a quick shutout. For now, the defensive bring Smoke, Goyo, Mute, Fenrir, and Warden. We're going to Armory. Only thing I'm going to be concerned about is going to be that Blackbeard.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, Sikibatas definitely on the front foot here, having all of this momentum. They've shown that they want to be aggressive. They want to be in the face of UAIM, and Prim has been an absolute menace to deal with. Neo and Forever just being those supportive characters, giving information over to those carries, to those entries of Prim, Raxo, and Rafa, as that's going to be reinforced. Gonna see that Mute Jammer drop there on top of it, which definitely a nice pickup. And I feel like for the side of UAIM, you're bringing the Deimos. You're going into a mute. You could have had that option of bringing the mute into Deimos last half, but you didn't. And Prim just showed you why you can't let Deimos run amok. Are we going to see the Deimos be effective here, or is the mute going to effectively counter him?
Ooh. From what I'm seeing, we're having a quick hiccup on a bug, so you have to wait 2 seconds to find out the answer to that. There we go. Just a quick issue with the observer playing feed. But for now, I'm telling you now, yes, I can imagine it immediately.
All right, it looks like we're having a little bit of a technical issue here on the observer side, and hopefully it doesn't become too much of an issue for the rest of this match, as gonna see a tracker come through, but Forever takes down Smith. Nylar falls as well to Rafa, and Rafa finds a double kill onto Kefi, and no, not quite able to find the next one. Shadow does shut down Rafa, but into a 4v2, make that a 4v1 as Siri does end up going down. Another little bit of a hiccup here, but hopefully see the rest of this match out as Shadow just all left alone on the Grim. 2 minutes on the clock, and you're just all alone. Nothing to do. 4v1, and my God, Sikibatas look incredible.
You're gonna have to come back to our lovely faces while they try to fix this quick problem with the observer feed. So, 3 things I quickly want to go over right now as we're seeing it. So, looking at how that match was going, the statistics would show the match is going crazy, and looks like they fixed the observer feed. It's been paused quickly. We have it down as the last engagement. Ace is now being rezzed back up. It's a 2v4, as we've seen earlier from Rafa holding down his own before Shadow took him out. So, how does this have to be played?
Yeah, I think for the side of UM, you have to play together. You have to work for these 2v1 engagements, because Siri on extremely low HP, but they are going to separate up. They are going to split their focus, try to find separate engagements, try and see what they can make happen here. As the Selma charge is going to try to go out onto that wall, but the Mute Jammer is blocking it off. And yet again, we have a little bit of a hiccup. Apologies, everybody. You hate to see it, but sometimes things are just out of your control. Sometimes the internet just doesn't quite work out in your favor. Back into it as smoke canisters start to fly. Still 2 left in pocket. Decent amount of time to work with here for the side of UAIM to try to make things happen, to try to make things work out, because you need this round. Otherwise, you are looking at 5 rounds in a row of match point to try and make this work in your favor. As the bees start to fly out, the smoke canister pops as well, just to deny any kind of push. And another bit of some circles coming through on our feed. And a little
It's
bit of
tough
a
to swallow, but
disaster
it's not
happening.
over. It happens. It's Twitch, YouTube, everything is slowing down today. There's so many people watching all different kinds of official matches today. SAL, you've got Worlds, you've got so much going on. And when people try to run in the fountain like that, Prim is ready to shut them down. That Shadow off the wood, just down to Siri. Tries to go for the pre-fire, can only nick Smoke, leaving it down to a 1v1. But there is one more player. You got to be prepared for that Valkyrie cunt just to take you out. You'll come back to our lovely faces while we fix this for the final round. We want to make sure that this round is perfect. Oh, there you go. You can see just a little bit of a hiccup on Twitch's end. It happens, but something that's very significant, very important to say is the fact of, as we know it, we know how these teams like to play it. The statistics out right now are showing that it's good. Psychopaths are good on their survivability and their adaptability this time around. So we're going to Bath and Tellers, which could be the penultimate round. I'm going to ask you this. Is this the end, Erebos?
I definitely think it could be. Signitas have looked so insanely strong, and UAIM have not been up to the same level of pace that Signitas has brought on this map. And this map really just is about the aggression, about the pace that you set when you are on the attack or the defense. And Signitas have been setting that pace, and UAIM has failed to meet it at every step and turn. We see the Goyo being brought on board. We see the smoke and the lesion. So these quick plants that we see so often on this bomb site might not come to fruition, might not be possible. And for the side of UM, you need to make things happen. You need to start winning gunfights. You need to start being aggressive and start bringing the pace.
Oh, I don't think this is anywhere near over, so I can't even say anything about the pace being brought. But now I'm just wanting to see them try to shut down early. You can feel the pressure coming on the side of UAM. Psychopaths have given themselves such a massive lead. It's not about whether they want to win, it's about how they want to win now. Right now, I'm kind of hoping that we get to see the reverse sweep coming from the side of UAM. But like everybody else, I want to see a victory. I want to see Psychopaths take this and show us they're worthy of that quarterfinal match.
Yeah, and drones being flicked through here from Siri, trying to spot out these players. But Prim, how a knife kill onto the Blackbeard, must have knocked him down onto the ground and then got the melee kill to finish him off. Already in dire straits here for the side of UAIM, as Signitas look to finish this here and now. They don't want to delay this. They want to make sure that they secure it in quick fashion. The impact coming through the nade to follow. Siri managing to find the kill in such a rough spot was Rafa. Goes down in the end, but a lot of damage on a Neelar. Neelar ending up finding a melee kill of his own as trades go back and forth, but in favor of UAIM it is 3 versus 2. Raxo and Forever's Raxo finds a C4 onto Siri, making it 2 versus 2. Minute 25 left on the clock. Going to start to slow down as these attackers try and find out exactly where these defenders have holed up. Smoke has been targeted by Deimos, as Forever taking so much damage, but finding the down and then finish from Neelar. Not even a chance to find the pick up on the player. No, Neelar getting a little jumpy on the trigger. The smoke canister just going to block him off. He can't even rotate to leave out. Now he can, as it has dissipated. The second one was a little bit lower the track, going to come through, going to try and target this ward, and going to try and find this kill, make it a 1v1 scenario, as Deimos can be so effective at finding and securing these 1v1s in this man deficit situation. But will he manage to find this kill? Will he manage to win the gunfight as no more tracks left and available? As Crossfire going to be set up. One swings off the other as the cam spotting out one. The swing comes through. No, able to find the headshot, the triple kill. Will he manage to take it as both players on such low HP? Going to melee this barricade. Has nowhere to go. 15 seconds left on the clock. Has to find this kill. There's no chance he'll be able to make this plant happen, as the defender has just run off the safety. Is just going to play the clock, as his case is going to be baited. 3, 2, 1. It has to be stuck now as Ron 000. Surely Raxo doesn't let it happen. And GG's in the chat as our next semi-finalist is secured. Psychopaths take down UAIM. And my God, what a series this was. Oh, Drago, what do you think?
I'm honestly crying with actual tears from that fight. Give me 2 seconds just to quickly do the math. So carry the 1, carry the 12, carry the 16. We had a 5.0 KD in that. Sorry, 2 5.0 KDs in that. We had Prim and Rasco carrying 10-2 at 11-2. Survivability 7.5, of course, is You don't die. You don't need to. You can fight it out every second of the match. And I'm losing my mind right now at how that match went. Smith tried to keep his team in with 6-7, but he couldn't get the kills, and that's just wild to me. And I salute them for trying, but it's set. That's the quarterfinals done. That means as of the first match today, we had, as I can say, because my brain's just trying to do it because it had to do a lot of math very quickly. And as everyone's seen in the final round, I did not expect this to happen. Myth take the first match, Psychopaths take now. I look forward because I don't know how Puffo Bob and how the rest of the casting desk and the rest of us actually set up our predictions. But Sicko, Myth, congratulations. You're going into the semifinals versus GK and versus Anu, respectfully. And respectfully, I mean this in the best way possible. Urobos, when you look at me like that and you're looking into my soul, is there anything you're prepared to say? Because we won't be having interviews, I've just been told, sadly. But thank you to everyone. I'll do outros after you give me some words and a comment.
Yeah, just want to take a look at the brackets so we can see exactly where everything lands, because semifinals are going to be tomorrow. We have GK up against Myth at 11. I believe that is CET, I believe. CST. I think that's the time zone. For me, that's going to be a whopping 5 a.m. Eastern time. And then our second matchup will start after that GK series, roughly at the 1400 CEST time zone, as Panu go up against Psychopaths. And early predictions here. I'm going to take GK and Panu. I think both of them performed exceptionally well in the group stage, but I think that Myth definitely could, if they get the favorable map bans, could definitely take GK to the wire. And I think the same goes for the side of Psychopaths. But yeah, it's gonna be a wild day of semifinals tomorrow. You'll have the Whiskey Boys, Whiskey Run, and Whiskey Glitter casting that with Unnamed, observing that one. Today was me, Erebos, and Drago casting this second set. I believe it was Amguns and Puffo Bob casting our first series, and Unnamed Gamer with the observation on that first game, and Rowan with the observation for our second game. And Sirius, thank you very much for a wonderful job with production, and congratulations to both Myth and Psychopaths for getting the wins today and heading to the semifinals.
Couldn't agree more. So, with a quick rundown for everybody who's asking right now of where to go next, I'd recommend either going to the official R6 channel, because they're currently doing the South American League, if I remember correctly. After that, we have SAL. It has G2 playing, if I remember correctly. So a lot of people are going to want to come in there, join us afterwards. But thank you. We'll hopefully be able to get some sort of direction in a second. Let me check. R6 Bravo is the South Breach EU Tier 2 tournament. So if everyone wants to, I'd recommend going to the R6 Bravo. I'll be in there chat in a second too myself. So everyone, have a good day. Thank you to everyone for being here. Thank you for watching. Semi-finals to come, then grand finals. That's what everyone wants to see. We'll see you all next time. We're closing it out now.